We are going to call this Tuesday, April 14th Council Study Session to order. The clerk will please call the roll.
Councilmember Amy Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Roisin O'Farrell.
So sorry, here.
Mayor Josh Amato.
Here.
Councilmember Kent Treen.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Boyer.
Here.
Councilmember Pamela Stewart.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Debbie Treen.
Here.
All right, thank you very much. And Councilmember Treen, just so you're aware, it sounds like you're in a wind tunnel when you come off mute there.
That's the fan.
Gotcha. All right, Councilmember Boyer, if you'll please lead us in the pledge. Councilmember O'Farrell, will you please read the land acknowledgement statement?
Absolutely. We acknowledge that we are on the Indigenous land of Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Snoqualmie Indian tribe. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Okay, thank you very much. And do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And with that, we will open public comment, which is on its way to me. If you could please, when you get to the podium, state your name and your city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes to do your public comment. And at around the 3-minute mark, I'll get ready to cut you off. First up, we have Swan Jacobson, followed by Cooey Golding and Heather Murphy-Rains.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I'm Swan, they, them, resident of Sammamish. I have 2 items to speak on, so I'll try to keep both brief. First, some people may have noticed some yellow signs showing up over the weekend about a government asset seizure auction on Sunday. Among other locations, signs were placed at the intersection of 228th and Isquapine Lake Road, Inglewood Hill and East Lake Sammamish Parkway, and near the roundabout at the end of Southeast 43rd Way. In addition to, at least as best as I understand it, violating Sammamish Municipal Code 21.06.050.d.3 as a result of attaching some signs to traffic control signs, these traveling auctions are, generally speaking, a known scam. They place the signs very shortly before the auction date, usually over the weekend, to minimize the odds of cities being able to interfere with them. I know there may not be a lot the city is able to do at this time, even with regards to planning around future visits, but wanted to call attention to it for the public. My second point is a more general reminder about the challenges and conflicts caused by ICE that many cities and communities across the nation are still facing on a daily basis. Yes, that includes even on this side of the mountains in Washington. And of equal, if not greater importance, the crimes committed by our federal government against other sovereign nations. I know it can be a struggle to take action when the conflicts may feel so far removed from our day-to-day life. However, I ask the City Council and my neighbors to stay mindful of the dangers that are no longer quite so far from home. In our current situation, it may not always be appropriate or meaningful to be doing something every single day, but it is imperative that we avoid growing complacent. When you're able, check the news from a reliable and neutral source. When you're able, show up at protests, big and small. When you're able, check in with your friends and your neighbors. Fascism only wins when we stop fighting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Cooey.
Okay, hi, I'm Cooey Golding, and I've lived here for 15 years. So good evening. Tonight I stand here as a concerned resident, addressing our critical areas, wildlife corridors, and preserving our tree canopy. The Urban Forest Management Plan, or UFMP, was adopted by the city in 2019 and has a 20-year roadmap to manage, enhance, and grow Sammamish's urban forest. It includes important goals, especially around tree preservation, enforcement, and maintaining a sustainable canopy. We all know how valuable trees are in clearing the air and providing a healthy environment. As I drive through Sammamish, I see more whiteboards with rezoning applications and building permits than ever before, as well as a complete devastation up Southeast 4th on the soon-to-be Bright O'Neill subdivision. However, despite the strength of the UFMP, I have some unanswered questions. First, how is the city measuring the progress of the UFMP goals? Is there a clear roadmap, oversight, and accountability in place to measure these goals? From the information that I can find, the most recent update was 2021. In addition, the plan calls for an annual State of the Urban Forest, which is a report prepared by staff and presented every January to review updates and progress. I can't find one. Maybe it's out there. Until we have a clear picture of the city's progress as measured against the UFMP goals, I am asking that the City Council put in place a temporary tree moratorium to prevent irreversible loss while the following work is addressed. No removal of heritage trees, landmark, and no clearing of forested areas that exceed 3,000 square feet. While the moratorium is in place, I'm asking that we look at an updated tree canopy study. Last one was 2018. Second, strengthen our tree protection codes, particularly for our heritage and landmark trees. They did take 50 to 100 plus years to grow. Third, improve enforcement of tree protection and replacement. Currently, it is inconsistent or non-existent. Fourth, let's look at our wildlife corridors. Let's get a formal map and adopt stronger protections to preserve these critical connectors. And finally, align with the comp plan and state laws. Protecting our urban forest is more than just trees. It is about providing a healthy ecosystem, which in return creates a happy and healthy community. I'm asking that the council take bold and meaningful action to honor the intent of the Urban Forest Management Plan and safeguard our beautiful community for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Heather, followed by Stephanie Valea, and then Jisha Govin.
Okay, Heather Murphy-Rains, 20 years Sammamish resident. I want to address what we are increasingly seeing on this dais because it is not just frustrating, it is a breakdown of basic governance. Under your council rules and Robert's Rules of Order, the structure is clear. Members must be recognized by the chair, Mayor Amato, before speaking. Remarks are directed through said mayor. Questions during presentations are for the staff, not for cross-examining other council members. Debate occurs after a motion is made and seconded. Only one speaker at a time has the floor. What we saw last meeting did not follow that structure. Councilmember Pam Stewart repeatedly spoke without recognition, interrupted other speakers, and attempted to force council members to justify past votes during a phase that is not intended for debate. She engaged in back and forth exchanges across the dais and continued speaking after losing the floor. That is not procedure nor accountability, that is disruption. No council member is entitled to an explanation of another member's reasoning beyond what is voluntarily offered during the remarks. Votes reflect judgment, priorities, and fiscal realities. They are not subject to a cross-examination. What is particularly concerning, though, is the inconsistency. Council members Stewart and Lamb have advocated for restricting public expression, including limiting harmless gestures like applause, while Stewart simultaneously engages in conduct that actually disrupts proceedings. The constitutional standards are simple. Speech can only be limited when it materially disrupts the meeting. Applause is not disruption. Neither is constitutionally protected criticism nor disagreement during public commentary a disruption. But repeatedly interrupting, speaking out of turn, and prolonging discussion outside of structure by a council member does cross that line. So here is a constructive path forward. Adopt clear guardrails for this dais. Limit council questions to 2 minutes per member. Limit debate remarks to 2 minutes per round. Enforce the current total deliberation cap of 30 minutes per item unless it's extended by the majority vote. Require motions to be made promptly so discussion happens within a defined structure. Because what we're seeing now is one council member effectively monopolizing the microphone, controlling the pace of meetings. That's not fair to this body, not fair to staff, and not fair to the public sitting through 4 to 5 hour meetings. At some point, it begins to look less like deliberation and more like a strategy to stall priorities, perhaps filibustering, and preserve an outdated agenda. We have too much work to do to waste time like this. This council was elected to lead, not to allow process to be used as a weapon. We want to hear all council members speak up. Share your insight with the public. That is why we elected you. Enforce your rules, call out points of order every time. Respect the public's time and order on the dais. And please, protect wildlife corridors, implement a tree moratorium, hire an urban forester and wildlife biologist, and for love of all that's holy, update the traffic model with current traffic counts and require staff to test results in real time against actual traffic. Finally, the city manager, as your only employee, needs to return to office 5 days a week to lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, Stephanie Valea, then Jisha Govin, and then Carrie Walker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Amato, Deputy Mayor Treen, and City Council members. My name is Stephanie Valea, and I've had the fortune of living in Sammamish for the last 18 years. There is so much that makes our community special, but today I want to talk about the bobcats, the black bears, the mountain lions, and the other species being considered for inclusion on the city's list of species of local importance. But I am not just speaking for them. I'm speaking for the ecosystems that rely on their presence and for all people who depend on biodiversity to thrive. In nature, everything is interconnected, and the role of larger terrestrial mammals in our community is far greater than we realize. Unfortunately, however, because they are relatively common and labeled as game species, they are often overlooked in local conservation policies. From my studies as an environmental science major at the University of Washington, I've learned that these animals fill important ecological roles. For example, mountain lions act as apex predators that help regulate deer populations and prevent overgrazing. Bobcats help control small mammal populations, while black bears contribute to seed dispersal and nutrient cycling. Without all of these species, food webs would face cascading ecological consequences. Additionally, because these animals require large home ranges, recognizing them as species of local importance encourages stronger wildlife corridors and habitat connectivity, benefiting countless other species, from birds and amphibians to pollinators and native plants. You have heard from several residents today that it is time for city staff to adequately map out wildlife corridors and invest time into the urban forest management plan, not solely assessing percent tree canopy, but also understanding tree age, type, and overall forest quality. In a city like Sammamish, there is a real need for this, and large terrestrial mammals can and should play a role in informing this work. Protecting them ultimately means protecting the broader ecological integrity of Sammamish. Neighboring cities such as Bellevue, Redmond, and Issaquah incorporate wildlife habitat and corridor protections, but they often overlook including larger predators as significant species. I believe that this is missing the bigger picture. Today, Sammamish has an opportunity to acknowledge the bigger picture and serve as a strong example for other cities to follow. By amending Title 21, Sammamish sends a powerful message. These animals are not just passing through our community. They live here too. They shape the ecosystems that sustain us and enrich the natural character that makes Sammamish so special. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and look forward to hearing the council discuss this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, we have Jisha Govin, followed by Carrie Walker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jisha Govin. Time started? Okay. Good evening, mayors and council members. My name is Jisha Govin. I've been a Sammamish resident for over 10 years now. I'm here tonight to speak about our urban forest and wildlife corridor planning, and specifically to ask the council to close gaps that the city's own documents have already identified but not yet acted on. Living with wildlife around us is a privilege. The animals that share the city with us are not a nuisance. They are a testament to the quality of our environment. When wildlife thrives here, it means our forests, our water, and our land are healthy, and that is worth protecting. I want to address two things. One is the wildlife corridor planning for large animals, and also talk about what we stand to lose if tree canopy protections are not tied to upzoning approvals. Sammamish's 2024 Critical Area Ordinance update states plainly that the city's current definition of fish and wildlife habitat corridors is, and I'm quoting the document here, too constrained and does not support landscape scale planning. That same update recommends that the city develop a city-specific list of species and habitats of local importance, and that list still does not exist. The practical result is that our corridor planning is driven largely by birds, while large mammals like black bears, bobcats, coyotes, and deers, all of which move through this landscape, have no formal standing on how we plan or protect connectivity. These animals are passage users. They require corridors wide enough and connected enough to support seasonal movement and dispersal across large areas. A corridor adequate for a pileated woodpecker is not a corridor for a black bear. I urge the council to direct staff to develop that city-specific species list and to ensure it includes these large mammals. I would also like to talk about the tree canopy cover. A mature tree is not replaceable on any human timeline that matters. A Douglas fir or a big leaf maple that has stood for 80 to 100 years is absorbing carbon, anchoring hillside soil against erosion, and intercepting thousands of gallons of stormwater annually, while also cooling the surrounding air. A newly planted sapling will not replicate those functions for 40 to 60 years, if it survives at all. Approving tree removal and requiring replacement plantings is not conservation, it is transfer of loss to the next generation. The mandatory approval of upzoning requests mean that the development on treed parcels throughout Sammamish is not a possibility, it's an inevitability. Every time a project is approved without enforceable tree retention requirements attached, we lose canopy we cannot get back. That loss is not abstract. It shows up in hotter streets, degraded air quality, increasing flooding, and diminished quality of life for all of us here. I ask the Council to please act on the 2024 ordinance recommendation and create a city-specific species list and redesign corridor standards, and also ensure mature tree retention. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, we have Carrie Walker. And if anyone else in the audience would like to give public comment, please line up behind the podium.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Walker. I've lived on this plateau since 1971. I've lived in my home for 25 years, right over here off 4th. I volunteer at Swedish with a therapy dog. I own my own business. On November 19th, 2024, my family lost our home to the bomb cycle windstorm. We are not developers. We are not builders for profit. We're simply trying to rebuild our home to live in, the home to plan to retire, the home we never wanted to lose. During the rebuilding process, we decided to add some additional square footage to make our home functional for our future. Because of that, the city is charging us affordable housing fees of $25,000 to add to our space. We want to be clear. These fees were designed for developers who are building new units for profit, not for long-term residents. Trying to rebuild our home after a disaster, we are not increasing density. We are not creating new lots. We are not adding rental units. We are not contributing to adding housing marketing in ways that drive demand. We are simply trying to rebuild our home we lost in a natural disaster. These fees are thousands of dollars we did not plan on at the time when we are already financially stretched for losing our home. It feels like we're being treated as if we're commercial developers. When we were in the disaster of victims trying to get back to our normal life. I'm asking the city to consider an exemption or relief of homeowners who have rebuilt after a natural disaster. Intent, the affordable housing fee is understandable, but applying to families in our situation is accidental and consequential that causes real relationships. I love my community. I've been here for decades. I've been living here for over 5 decades. I want to stay here. I want to raise the rest of my grandkids here. Rebuilding my home, I simply ask for fairness, companionship, or compassion on how these fees are applied to our local community in the future. Thank you for your time and have a great evening.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the audience would like to give public comment? Now's the time. Do we have anyone signed up online?
We do.
Okay.
Per the reasonable accommodation, those who have pre-registered, please raise your hand if you'd like to give comment. I will I'll promote the first commenter. Please begin your comment.
James Eastman, hello everybody, Sammamish, Washington. I want to start by saying I support the city's goals, protecting habitat, improving wildlife connectivity, and increasing housing opportunities. Those are all important. Most of us want to see Sammamish succeed in all those areas. My concern is with how these goals are currently being implemented. Sammamish is already about 95% built out, and importantly, most of the development occurred without the level of environmental protections or requirements that are being applied today. Now, as new regulations are added, whether it's wildlife corridor expectations, expanded buffers, or affordable housing requirements, these are applied almost entirely to the small percentage of land that remains undeveloped. That situation create the situation where the remaining 5% of property owners are not dealing with significantly more restrictive standards, but are also being asked to carry a disproportionate share of the burden for achieving citywide goals. That includes environmental objectives like habitat connectivity, but also financial ones like affordable housing, where in practice, new development is the only segment contributing through fees and requirements. So what we have is a system where the vast majority of the city was built out under less restrictive conditions, and the remaining few property owners are expected to meet higher standards and fund broader community needs. That imbalance has real consequences. It makes projects harder to build, reduces feasibility, and creates barriers to the kind of housing that the city and states have asked us to accommodate. It also directly drives up the cost of housing. When the full weight of environmental requirements, land constraints, and affordable housing fee placed entirely on new development, those costs don't disappear. They get built into the price of homes, and that are ultimately delivered. And simply, many projects just don't get built. In that sense, the current approach risks working against the city's own housing goals by making new housing more expensive and less achievable. It also can lead to outcomes that are not always optimal. At the same time, I don't think the answer is to step away from these goals. I think the answer is to change the approach. There's a real opportunity here to move forward, a more balanced partnership model with clear standards and meaningful incentives. If a property owner is willing to preserve or enhance wildlife corridors in a way that truly contributes to the broader system, there should be a benefit return. That could include flexibility in site design, adjustment in setbacks, increased unit yield, or more predictable and streamlined review process. An approach like that would help address the fairness issue while also producing better outcomes, because landowners would be encouraged to design around meaningful, functional solutions rather than just simply meeting a minimum requirement. I'd encourage the city to think about how to better balance the two ideas, fairness in how burdens are distributed and how incentives encourage participation. Because if these truly shared community goals are truly shared community goals, and the system should both distribute responsibility more evenly and create clear pathways for landowners to be part of.
Thank you for your comments.
If any other pre-registered commenters would like to provide comment now, please raise your hand. Mary, please begin your comment when you're ready.
Good evening, Council. This is Mary Wichter. I'm a little bit confused because I thought study sessions were supposed to talk about the study and then we can make comments on it. It's a little bit hard to know what to give comment on if you haven't seen what's going to go. So I'm going to try to give this here. I was thinking that we were going to be able to hear what was being discussed first. First of all, the city has a structural and fiscal imbalance, and they don't have enough money to do things. And the only way to do that is to do more density. But if you don't like that, you don't want to hear that, let's just assume that we had a lot of money and we didn't have a fiscal imbalance. If we did that, we still need different housing types. We need smaller, different, diverse styles as people age and come into place and they want to stay in their homes. And we just haven't looked at that. And if we would look at that and do those numbers, if you add them into what the city needs to grow, then that will actually help you have more finances, better finances, preserve more things. More density preserves a lot of trees, a lot of land, and a lot of the spaces that the wildlife needs to go through. So I think the number one thing that you guys need to look at is housing. We've heard from Paul Stickney a lot. I've sort of taken up the charge with some of it, but we can't just keep looking away from it. The housing needs to happen, and you are mandated to do the affordable housing, and you're not going to get affordable units built unless there's regular units built. So I think you need to look at what housing is needed, the types of housing, how it can be clustered and densified. And particularly, I loved what James Eastman said. He's got 100 acres that is a sub area and could have some things really done nicely, but you need to be able to work with those people, not just have the rules that we have to follow. On a couple of the topics that I think you are covering tonight, I think one of the things on the rezone, a couple cases have come up recently, and it does bother me that you can rezone the land without looking at what the critical areas in anything are. And I know that in the language at the Planning Commission and also in the packet that I read earlier today, if you're like a landslide hazard, you're not supposed to be building in landslide hazards. But if you have a lot, they have to let you build or do a reasonable use exception. We need to have in-city TDRs so that the GOs could go into a central place so they wouldn't get hurt. But I think the code and the recent draft said you can hazard, which doesn't make any sense because you're not supposed to build in it. So I see that's been deleted, and I do support that. Landslide hazards do cover steep slopes, they're 40% or more, and it doesn't cover erosion hazard. Those are geologic hazards, because you typically can build an erosion hazard area, but you really have to be careful with what you're doing. And a lot of times that development isn't monitored well or isn't enforced, and then things happen longer term. So anyway, there's a lot of topics to talk about. I wanted to speak afterwards, but I'm speaking now because I don't understand the process for public comment with study sessions. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. And for clarity, we have study sessions now of public comment at the top and bottom of the meeting, so you'll be able to speak at the end if you do desire to do that. Do we have anybody else online?
We have one more public comment online.
Awesome, thanks.
Mr. Stickney, when you're ready.
Am I on?
You are on.
Hello, City Council. Paul Stickney here. I'm like George Washington today. I cannot, tell a lie. I chimed in 2 minutes late because I was on a call, so I didn't know if we were having comment at the start and the end. So given that it's both, I have some things for the end, but I just want to talk a little bit about the word and I feel and here agree with the passion of many speakers. The natural built environment is important. The private built environment is important. The character is important. We need to optimize it all and have it work together. So I'm not going to repeat what a lot of the folks here said today, but I agree with the passion behind all of the aspects that make up the great city. Just a couple statements. Over the last couple meetings, I've heard it mentioned at several meetings, things that I agree with completely. And you know where I'm going to go with this as soon as I say the first part. But there's been a lot of discussion about the cycle of life and sustainable habitat for wildlife and the environment. Let's add internal resident needs. I personally don't feel we have an obligation to plan for huge regional growth, but we also have an obligation to take a look at internal housing needs being out of balance. What I turned in today talks about this, and I'm trying to plan for all of it combined. So the reason I said potentially to pause some of your agenda items are to tackle internal imbalance on a citywide scale, make decisions on what types of housing are genuinely needed for economic, demographic, and workforce in our community, and work that into the equation part and parcel. So I'm advocating for optimal natural environment, optimal built environment, optimal character, and elevating the thrive, the jive, the thrill of delight of the city. So anyway, I'll have some more to speak about after I hear how everything goes, but try to do it all. And it's time to catch up on the built environment part, not to ruin the city, but to optimize it and make it far better because it's symbiotic across the board. And that was an extemporaneous comment. Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
That's all for online public comment.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Our first topic tonight will be the budget calendar and process led by our Finance Director, Vicki Carlson.
Okay, good evening, Vicki Carlson, Finance Director for the record. Let's see if I can work this clicker. All right, so I do want to take just a couple minutes up front before I start into the presentation, just to give a quick introduction to myself if you may not know my background, particularly my budgeting background. So I have actually been doing local government my entire career. I've been doing this for over 36 years now, not to date myself, but it's been a very long time. And I've been doing budgeting in some form or fashion for over 30 years. So doing budgeting well is a bit of a passion of mine. And so I had an opportunity to get involved in the national level. I belong to Government Finance Officers Association, which is a national organization for government professionals. And back in 2020, they launched a Rethinking Budgeting Committee that I was able to participate in. And the aim of the committee was to raise new ideas for how we as local governments can have better budgeting systems that can be adapted to today's needs. Because let's face it, the cities of today are not the cities of 50 years ago, 30 years ago. And so we need to improve our budgeting processes to meet our community's needs. So the purpose of the committee was to update, again, our budgeting practices, taking advantage of new ways of thinking, new technologies, and to better meet, again, the changing needs of our community so we can budget for today. We did a lot of work on that, more to come on that one, but I'm excited about the changes that we're incorporating into this upcoming budget process because I think it's a huge step in the right direction to improve the budget process, improve transparency into just the cost of the services we provide to our community. So tonight, I kind of view this as the formal kickoff to our biennial budget process. A few topics we're going to touch on tonight. I want to give you a high-level look at the planned budget calendar, some ideas we have for public outreach, again, the budget process, and I'll talk a little bit about the new program-based budgeting, which I think is going to add a lot of transparency into our budget. And then there is a second presentation later on, which will focus on the fiscal sustainability issue. So from the budget calendar perspective, again, this is very high level, but from now through July, we'll be pulling together a draft budget so that we have time to review it and reconcile it, incorporate your direction that we hope to capture later on early this summer into it before it comes to you with a planned presentation to you early September. At this same time, we'll be having multiple discussions with you all as we plan getting direction from you early summer so we can finalize the budget again before it's presented to you. We're going to be working through the work plan discussions and the CIP check-ins. So again, we can draft the budget accordingly based on what we hear from you. We'll also be doing community outreach so we can gather community's thoughts through this process and incorporate that. And then ideally, we have everything wrapped up by the end of July so the month of August could be devoted to finalizing the budget, preparing the presentation materials so that we can present it to you early in September so you can begin your deliberations. If we can get the budget to you in September, we will then have several weeks where we can review the budget with you, do the department presentations, respond to your questions, and fine-tune the budget based on these discussions prior to budget adoption. We do have to legally adopt the budget by the end of the fiscal year, and we're also required to do public hearings before the budget can be adopted. So we're ideally shooting for adoption in November, but that does give us a little bit of wiggle room if it has to push into December. So we've kind of planned that into the process. So from public outreach, we do plan several different ways to engage the community throughout this process. We've listed them on what we've come up with right now. Several articles in the newsletter, different ways of taking the community pulse to see what their priorities are. Various social media posts will be present at the farmers market, which I believe kicks off next month. Kind of actually looking forward to that because it's a great way to meet the community and have a spinning wheel because it will draw people to the booth. So we plan to start building the budget based on where we are today. I think that's a good, solid starting place. So we understand if we continue the same level of service, what does it cost and what are our existing revenue streams. That will give us a clear picture as to where a budget gap is, where the stress points are. And again, we can adjust the budget once we understand your direction going forward. A couple things we don't have yet, right? We don't have the work plan yet, but once we get the work plan through discussions with you, we will marry that into the budget, and also getting direction from you, hopefully early summer as we continue to build the budget. So once it comes to, it incorporates the work plan, it incorporates community input, and it incorporates your direction on how we're going to address the structural imbalance that we will discuss later on. So a new element that will be in the next biennium, you will see the budget by program. So program budgeting provides further breakdown so you can see the true cost of providing the various services that we provide to our community. These programs do cut across all departments and funds. It's not isolated just to the general fund. We're going to be able to slice and dice the budget in multiple ways, including being able to parse out what is legally required versus what is functionally required, ongoing versus one time. There'll be multiple ways of being able to see this budget. I also want to mention that each program budget that you'll be seeing will include all component costs. So you'll see the personnel cost as well as supplies and services incorporated into that, as well as an FTE equivalent. And if the program happens to be revenue backed, you'll see how much of that program generates its own revenue. So we're going to be showing you some projections in the next presentation, but just to give you kind of a high-level approach on how we did this, we're going to show you a 10-year planning timeframe, and the structural imbalance exists in the general fund. And where the structural imbalance is ongoing revenues are not projected to meet ongoing expenditures after the next biennium. I will say these projections, what you'll see tonight, are based on the current level of service. And any changes to those service levels will obviously change the outlook going forward. And as a reminder, the Fiscal Sustainability Task Force did validate that we have a structural imbalance. There was recommended a 3-phased approach. The first 2 recommendations, which was budget reductions in the utility tax, those were implemented and did address the structural imbalance through the end of 2028. But these 2 alone don't fully address it for the 10-year planning window. And so that's why the 3rd phase is needed if we want to continue the same level of service. We're going to be revisiting the fiscal sustainability issue with you and seeking direction by early summer on how to address the imbalance so we can finalize the budget that you receive in September. So again, the structural imbalance exists in the general fund, comparing ongoing revenues to ongoing expenditures. And looking at the current biennial budget, about 92% of the current budget is considered ongoing. The box on the left has the cost that we consider ongoing, right? It's personnel, police, fire, legal services. Those are the ongoing daily operating costs of the city. What is not included in the ongoing costs are the one-off plans and studies that are paid for by the general fund. Those are one-time special projects that come up one time and then you don't touch them for a very long time. And a good example of that is the website that we have to redo in order to be ADA compliant, and some of those one-time professional services. Those don't contribute to the ongoing problem because they're paid for with existing fund balance. The other thing that is not part of the structural imbalance is the capital costs. Transportation, parks, and stormwater have dedicated revenue sources that are restricted. We cannot use them to pay for general government costs. General government is currently funded by existing general fund dollars. It's existing fund balance that has grown over time. We're not taking current revenue sources to pay for those general government costs. And again, this is just a reminder of what the budget calendar looks like. So we know what we're working towards, the goal of getting you the budget by the beginning of September. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions on this presentation.
Thank you very much, Council. If there are questions, I ask that we keep it to the calendar portion, because I'm sure there's other questions that will exceed far beyond that. Any questions from the Council? Do we have the Council Member and Deputy Mayor, the Trines online? There they are. No questions from the, okay. Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah, does this calendar, is it similar to calendars in the past?
You know, this is only my second budget cycle with the city. It feels very comparable to the last budget cycle, but I can definitely go back and check. I know last year we got the budget to council past the September deadline, I believe. I think it was closer to October. So I think this is a little bit, we want to give you as much time as possible to kick the budget around and have a good discussion. So I think that part of it is a little bit earlier.
Okay, and the way that you're going to be showing the program costs, I think there was a slide on that, that is very different, right?
Yes, and I will say, just to clarify, state law does require us to still pull the budget together in the traditional fund, function, object code type. So we still have to comply with that because we have to report to the state at that same reporting level. So what we're doing is we're layering on the program piece, so you'll actually see it both ways. But because we feel that the program budget approach is much more transparent, that's how we plan to present the budget to you, but we do have to build it both ways.
Okay, great. Looking forward to seeing it.
Any other council questions? Okay, I have a question. You used the phrase functionally required. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Sure. So legally required is state law requires it, federal law requires it. Functionally required, we're defining as we have made decisions. So I'm not good at examples here. So the example that I've been using to talk to staff about is we as a city have chosen to have people on staff as opposed to have a volunteer city, right? So functionally required, we have staff, we have to pay them. And we have to comply with all of the associated taxes and benefits that go with having people on staff. So it's those types of things that, because of the decisions we've made, we have to functionally provide that. Public records request, that is legally required. That is not functionally required. We don't have a choice. Paying our bills, that's functionally required. So one way or another, we have to pay our vendor bills. Those are the types of functional. We will have definitions when we present the budget to you of what is captured in those different programs, and we will have definitions of what is functionally required. So when you see a program, you'll see all that parsed out along with the definitions, including the definition of what the program actually involves.
Perfect, thank you. All right, if there are no other questions, I think we can move on to the next.
Josh, I have one.
Oh,
sorry, I haven't
Go
found
for it.
my raise hand function. Yeah, Vicky, hi. So I presume that May is going to come back with some priorities. The goals will come back to us in May. And then so my question is, with the difficult issues that we're going to have to discuss, which may include a reduction of level of services to make our budget balance and to address the issues that you point out, is it possible that August, there would be meetings in August to address some of these issues before we walk into the September budget, like the manager's proposal of the budget?
Councilmember Treen, this is Rachel Bianchi, Deputy City Manager. I'm going to jump in here on Vicky's behalf. So we are intending to bring you the budget in September at this point. So if something changes between now and then, we'll definitely work in concert with all of you. But at this point, that is the calendar that we're looking at. That's why we're having all of these pre-meetings and check-ins and things like that so that we can get that direction from you. So we'll continue to keep that dialogue open, but at this point, we're shooting for September. But again, we're going to be talking about budget every month until the break. So,
right. So my question is, would that also include August?
At this point, no. But if something changes, we're going to stay in dialogue and continue that discussion.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that I understand this, even though those, the 8% are recurring costs that we have in there for the operating budget, it doesn't mean that all of that is non-discretionary, right? There's some discretion how large those are. Isn't that true?
That is correct. And those are some of the details that we're going to be capturing through this budget process. We're going to clearly delineate. So we actually have 4 categories that we're looking at as we build the budget, right? There's the legally required, which we really can't do anything about. There's the functionally required because of how we have chosen to put our city together. There's we don't have to do it, but it's highly desired by our community.
Yeah.
And then there's the discretionary, which is more the internal-facing programs and services that we provide to our own departments. So all that will be clearly identified.
Got it,
We have
yeah.
not captured that level of detail in the past, so I can't speak today to what that looks like. We have to actually build the budget so we can see
that.
how that all shakes out.
Excellent. So that also means like even something that's really tough, like the legal requirements, that doesn't mean that it's a fixed amount, is it? I mean, we have to meet it, but we could meet it in creative ways? Or are you just saying, well, here it is, and we can do nothing about the scale or magnitude?
If we have the opportunity to change the scale of it, we will identify that.
Okay.
Some things we can't, and the example I keep coming back to is public records requests. State law requires us to respond to those, and we have to respond to those within a certain time frame. We really are stuck with those types of costs. There are other costs that, yes, we could change how we provide that service.
Yeah, but even with public records requests, we could improve or change the process and do it more efficiently. Isn't that true?
If we could find ways to do it more efficiently, we are always looking to ways to create those efficiencies, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And we
asking.
capture that regardless of whether we have a structural imbalance or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's what we're going to be, I didn't want to jump ahead in the agenda, but I suspect this is part of us getting to our structural imbalance that's away. Okay, thank you.
There are no other lights on. Deputy Mayor. Oh, there we go. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions just to understand the process. It's the first time I've really been involved in all of it, but I'm curious about starting with the current levels of service plus inflation as a starting point, because doesn't that kind of automatically put us in the worst position possible? And from there, we have to somehow figure out a way to improve that, as opposed to starting with the basic budget that is balanced and then adding back potential improvements that had to be kind of carved out in order to meet a sustainable budget. And it's just two different ways of looking at the same set of numbers, but I don't know how to analyze what changes could be made if we don't know what the bare minimum requirements are.
Sure.
And we're starting with the whole shooting match, including inflation.
Yeah, so that's a fair question. And I think the way I would answer it is we have never captured this level of detail in the budget before. And so I think it's a fair starting point to say, now that we are capturing these additional data points, we start with the current level of service so we fully understand what it costs to provide the level of service, how much is legally required, how much is functionally required. If we had these data points from prior budgets, then I think we could look at starting a different way, but we have to have a really solid starting point to ground ourselves to then start making those decisions. And I think it's only fair to the community to say, based on what we know today, if you want the same level of service, here's what it costs, here's the legal piece, here's the functionally required piece, here's the one-time, here's the ongoing. It gives us a solid starting point to make these decisions going forward.
Okay, and I think I saw in your slide that you have like 100 categories for programs, is that right?
No, we're about 60 right now. And just to give you a little background of how we started this, we did start working on this last year. So this has been close to a year in process because we recognized we needed to build some transparency into this process. And so we started this process last year looking at department by department, what services we currently provide to the community. And then we took a few steps to refine that program list because program budgeting is a bit of an art, right? It is not black and white. So you develop your list of programs and then you allocate a budget to it to see, are these programs right sized, right? A program is not $50. That's a part of a program. It's also not half your budget. So we need to make sure that the list of programs we came up were transparent enough to be able to speak to the community about these are the different services we provide. And we went through that process. We came up with about 60. As we build the budget and we allocate our budgets to these programs, we will be fine tuning this list because if we end up with a bucket of money that is too big, then we need to go take a look at that again and see if maybe that's more than one program. Or if we end up with a program that we've allocated, again, $50 to, that's not a program. So this is one of those things, it is a multi-year process to get a really solid program-based budget in place. We will enhance it budget cycle by budget cycle, but we have to start somewhere. And so this is where we started with, and it's about 60 programs.
So would you be amenable to just sharing that list with the council so we see knowing that you don't have the numbers yet, and that's fair, but just to see the kind of breakouts that you're thinking are appropriate?
We can do that.
That would be great.
Well, I would ask for a little bit of time, though, because we want to put some good definitions to it. I don't want to just give you a program without background information to it.
Fair.
And then with
fine.
the understanding that this is an iterative process, that list may morph as we build the budget. And
And I want to step back to something that actually started at the retreat, because when we look at the budget, it's supposed to be driven by our work plan. But as far as I know, the council doesn't have a work plan for 27 and 28 at this point. So I'm curious when that what I consider to be one of the most important needs, when does that actually take place?
Yeah, thank you again. This is Rachel talking. So like you, we're excited to get going on the work plan for 27 and 28. So we do need to come to some agreement on the goals, right? And so we are hopeful that we will do that next month, and then right behind it will become the work plan, and hearing from you all about what things you want to do, right? We have previously supplied you with the work plan items that would go into the existing work plan items that would go into the biennium. There's an opportunity there for you to weigh in and tell us whether or not you want us to continue those, right? And then as well as what other potential work plan items may come up. But we do want to capture those under the council's agreed upon goals. So it's on our mind too. And like you, Deputy Mayor, we're looking forward to the resolution of that and getting that into the coming biennial budget.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. You partially addressed it, Vicki, but I just wanted to call out to staff and thank you guys, because while you've been working on these programs for a year, you've also been working on upgrading our systems. So just as an FYI to the public, part of the reason why we've never had this level of detail before is because we haven't had the right software to be able to capture things. We've only captured it in the funding before, and I will say that back in, maybe Councilmember Treen can help me out, but it was probably in 2020 when we got a new city manager. He redid all of the funds and kind of redefined them and reorganized them. So that also made it hard to have apples to apples historical data, because the cards all got reshuffled. So I appreciate the work that we started, and it's a years-long process. So I just want to clarify that to the public, because I know that people are concerned about us not being transparent, and it isn't that we haven't wanted to be more transparent. It's a matter of being able to pull the data together. Even when we did the last budget, because we didn't have a lot of historical data, we were trying to kind of figure out what was that trend? Why was it trending in a particular way? Because things were moved around. So I really appreciate the work that you and a lot of staff members have done to get us to this point. And I just wanted to recognize that, because it is no easy task going through this. And then a question in terms of, you talk about like the legally required, and I like the functionally required. It's like, how do we actually support some of those legally required things? I also want to point out that in the past we have talked about things, and I think one of the most interesting ones that we talked about quite a bit in terms of levels of services, like snowplow, right? Like we had staff presented us with 3 different levels of plowing, right? And what those cost differentials would be. And so for those who haven't been around before, again, there are some fixed costs with any program, and then there are some variable costs that we can sort of adjust those levers. And I'm assuming that that's part of what will get presented again, right? It's like, if we're going to have plowing, there's a certain amount of costs in having plows and people. And then it's just a matter of like, do we have more? Do we do more, overtime, et cetera? And those are the adjustments that we can make. So we've always done that. And then also with starting out where we are in past budgets and even mid-buys, you guys have come to us and said, hey, here's a place where we can cut, right? So it's not like we always just start with what we have and pile onto it. You'll come to us and say, we found deficiencies, or we don't think this is something we should continue doing, and we make those decisions as well. So I'm assuming that's part of what you guys will also come forward with?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And that's just part of the normal budget process.
Exactly.
We should always be looking for those efficiencies anytime we can.
Exactly. And certainly welcome any suggestions on making our public records process more efficient. I think our staff has done a great job of creating a policy that gives plenty of responsiveness as well as leeway for the really big and the really hard things that are very time consuming. So if there are more tweaks we can do to make it more efficient, that would be great. But that is I will tell you, with all of the organizations I work with, that is a huge cost and a huge challenge that every government organization is struggling with at the moment.
Yes, and I will say public records request is one of our programs because we want to be able to identify those costs across departments, not just when the city clerks that manages that program, but how much staff is spent throughout the city.
Yeah, and there's a huge legal cost in that one as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yeah, Vicki, you can tell me if you're going to cover this coming up, but as far as a program, how do you define that? Because I think about 60 programs. I'm trying to imagine what those are.
Yeah, I think getting the list will help because we'll provide the list as we have them currently mapped out along with the definitions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the reason I say that is sometimes you can get too narrow and you end up with partial FTEs and then you're trapped. And,
exactly.
And you might collapse them into something that's manageable, so...
Yeah, and we did a little bit of that when we first developed the program list last year. We came up with what we thought was a solid list of programs, and then we went back and we said, okay, this is never the way you want to do this officially because you never want to do this after the fact, but we needed a way to validate our program list. And so we took the 2025 budget that was already approved and we said, let's at a high level allocate it to programs and see where we land. See if we end up with buckets that are too big, see if we end up with buckets that are way too small. And we did refine the program list based on that initial allocation.
So how would you define a program? It's not like a service line, is it? I mean,
It's not a service line. It's a service that we provide.
Service that you provide.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That we can broadly define in a way that the community can wrap their heads around. So
it many of them will cross departments.
That is the whole goal of program-based budgeting because it's not simply a different way of slicing and dicing a department. It's a different way of slicing and dicing the entire budget. And again, public records request is a great example because it touches almost every department and it touches multiple funds. So if you want to see the true cost of how much it provides to respond to all those public records requests, we have to tap the entire city budget.
Yep, and I like that because it's resident focused. We're delivering something for the residents as well as it makes the departments interdependent, and so they have to work together.
We're all one city.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
All right, I see no other lights. I think we can move on to your next presentation.
Okay, I think City Clerk is going to get that set up for us. Okay, I think we're set. Okay, so this is a conversation that we plan to have through multiple meetings. Tonight, what we want to do is frame the issue at hand. How we would like to approach this is to start, because we're hoping that this conversation tonight generates a lot of questions and a lot of ideas from you. And so rather than trying to answer all of the questions tonight, is what we would like to do is capture this through a Q&A matrix that we will document. We will update through all of the meetings. We'll post on our website so it can be used as a resource throughout this entire budget process. So we want to start framing the problem tonight, create that Q&A matrix where we can capture your questions, your ideas, and follow-up meetings. We'll update the matrix as we go. And then what we plan to do is come back on May 12th to respond to your questions, your ideas, and also look at options moving forward on how we want to address the structural imbalance. We would continue the discussion on June 2nd with hopefully the idea by June 16th we can get initial direction from you on how you would like to address the structural imbalance that we're facing. So just to give a little bit of background to refresh everyone's mind on this one. So the structural imbalance is in the general fund. It is structurally imbalanced because ongoing revenues are not projected to meet ongoing expenditures after the 27-28 biennium. It's a structural problem, and the reason it's a structural problem is because revenues are not growing at the same rate as expenditures are, right? Expenditures are increasing by inflation, and most of our revenue sources can be capped, 1% on property taxes. This is not a problem that's unique to Sammamish. Many local governments are in the same situation, not only in the Puget Sound area, but across the strait and across the country. I attend my national conference, and we hear about this across the country. This is a problem many, many organizations face in local government. Prior city action bought us time to deal with this through the budget reductions in the utility tax. That's why we don't go upside down during the next biennium. We don't flip until the following biennium. But because we do flip in the 29-30 budget year, that's why we need to tackle the third leg of the stool. We want to understand your questions, ideas, so we can get community input and refine the budget process going forward. So again, we know how to address the structural imbalance. The slide's not advancing. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. So we just put this slide in here just to kind of reiterate that we are not the only cities facing this problem. These are 3 area cities. These are quotes directly from their budget document. It's a hyperlink to the document so you can read more about it. But these are 3 cities that are surrounding area that are facing the exact same thing we are. We could come up with many more examples of this, but we just kind of wanted to validate that this is not a problem specific to Sammamish. Thank you. So again, a little bit of a history for people to remember. Back in 2022, we did begin a public process to create a fiscal sustainability plan, and the goal was to balance the operating budget, and the operating budget being defined as the general fund, because that is where the structural imbalance exists. The work aligned with the council direction in June of 2022 to main service levels and staffing levels. And then fast forward to 2023, the city engaged a consultant that had experience in fiscal sustainability planning. They went through a process to look at our financial projections and long-range forecasts. And then in 2023, they established the Fiscal Sustainability Task Force that developed the recommended approach. And those recommendations from that task force was presented to council, I believe it was the latter part of 2023. And then after that, the city manager presented the draft fiscal sustainability plan based on the task force recommendation. Oops, that went twice. Okay, so there's a couple of contributing factors to what creates the structural imbalance, right? Part of it is on the revenue side. Property taxes are capped at 1% plus new construction unless there's a voter approval for a levy lid lift. The remaining revenue sources, when we look at the 10-year planning window, are projected to grow a modest 2%. And I want to clarify that how we did these projections is based on what we know today. We also looked at the King County Economic and Forecast Office because they produce that document on a regular basis that they update. So we looked at that and baked their projections into this. On the revenue side, we also, because we now have a millionaire's tax in the state of Washington, that does adjust sales tax going forward. So we looked at what those impacts will be to us, and so we've baked those adjustments into the sales tax projections as well. So when you look over that 10-year, excluding property taxes, the remaining revenue sources over that planning window are projected to grow about 2%. However, expenditures, and again, based on King County and looking elsewhere for what projections are for CPI, expenditures are projected to grow at over 4.5%. And again, capital construction does not contribute to the fiscal gap because that's funded by other revenue sources. And I do want to point out that in the general fund, our 3 biggest cost drivers is police, fire, and personnel. Those 3 alone account for about 70% of our general fund budget. And if you compare the last biennium budget to the current biennium budget, fire grew 21%, police grew 4.7%, and personnel costs grew 4.4%. And if you do the math on that, the combined increase was 8.6%. And again, with property taxes being locked in at 1%, that creates the structural imbalance at the same level of service. So there are essentially three ways to address the fiscal sustainability gap that we have. On the left-hand side, if you want to maintain service levels, right, there's really three options. It's revenue enhancements, either councilmanic or voter approved. It's shifting expenditure costs into other models. That would be the Metropolitan Park District, taking it out of the city budget and moving into a different agency. Changing how we deliver our services, going from contract to FT or vice versa, seeing which one is less expensive. On the other side is reducing service levels. The other option is a combination of those two. That's how we get to structural balance. So as a reminder, the left-hand side shows the wonderful individuals that volunteered to help the city on the Fiscal Sustainability Task Force. And then on the right-hand side, those are the list of strategies that the committee looked at. The top ones are revenue options. The last two was either reducing service levels or take no action. And I will say my professional opinion, taking no action is not an option. So I just want to put that out there. There we go. So as a reminder, the task force and council had aligned guiding principles. So the task force guiding principle was to, and I'm just going to read the statement, maintain service levels to the fullest extent possible as the community places a high value on the services the city provides. And council was in line with that by basically saying maintain services and staffing levels. And that was also the direction we took into consideration when we built the 25-26 biennial budget. So these are the recommendations that came from the task force, and the recommendation from the task force was to have full participation. So it was city responsibility, council responsibility, and then voter responsibility. So the city's responsibility was to reduce the budget by $1 million over 3 years, which we met and exceeded. The second one was to implement, that was the council responsibility, that was to implement the utility tax that started in 2026. And then the third phase of that approach was the voter responsibility, which, and the recommendation had been the Metropolitan Park District to be in place by 2031. And then just as a final note with capital investment, the recommendation is to use available fiscal capacity, which is essentially existing fund balance above our targeted reserve levels to fund the capital investment. So recap on the budget reductions that were done. They were done over 2 bienniums, starting with the 23-24 mid-buy. We cut out all of the what-ifs and contingencies from the budget, and what that did is that created a partnership between staff and council, because instead of having what-ifs baked into the budget, we budget for what our known expenditures are to provide the same level of service, and then if those unknown costs crop up through the biennium, then we come back to council and we talk through it and come up with a budget amendment if we need to move forward with those unexpected costs. We also reduced the number of seasonal positions. Out-of-state travel is significantly restricted. Pretty much no one's traveling out of state unless it's required because we can't get the training in state. We reduced training overall. We limited overtime by finding different ways of providing the services so we could reduce the overtime costs. We also went line by line and reduced wherever we could. We reduced office supplies. We've changed our city phone system to reduce cost. What used to be through just a regular telephone provider, and now it comes through Teams, reducing costs. We've eliminated meeting food. And we also added into the budget, new in 25-26, was a vacancy allowance for, we know we're never going to be fully staffed, right? We still have a legal obligation to budget for all of those FTEs, but we know there's going to be vacancies. So we baked into the budget a vacancy savings to account for those. So we reduced the budget by, I think it was 8%, assuming we were going to have vacancies throughout the year. And we also put that same vacancy savings into police contract because they're also not fully staffed. So this chart here shows what the city's budget would have looked like if we had not done the budget reductions. And I will say the $8.9 million was over the biennium, so this chart is an annualized. So we split the budget reduction in half, so we annualized that reduction. So the dotted line shows what the budget would look like if we had not done the reductions. The red line is, again, current level of service projected out over time, and then the green line is the revenue line based on, again, what we know today, taking into consideration the King County projections, and then also the reduction in sales tax revenue that's projected because of the new millionaires tax that just went into place. And it does include the utility tax, because that action was taken last year. So there's been a couple questions on the utility tax, so I just want to go ahead and address that. So that was implemented January 1st of this year, meaning the first payments we would not receive would be until the end of February, because it's collected a month after. The utility tax rate is 6%, and so that is what we collect. The tax itself is on the gross revenue. It is not a direct charge to the customer itself. And so there's an example on the blue box on the right-hand side that shows if we tell utilities what the tax rate is, and then it's up to them how they manage that, right? There's a couple different ways they can do it. The most transparent way is to put a line on their utility bill, which a lot of them do. And so they will calculate what the tax rate is an effective. The other way they can do it is just bake it into the utility rate, which is less transparent. So the example kind of does a calculation to show you what that looks like on how utility would do it if they put it on the utility tax bill. The other question that has come up is we do have a low-income rebate program, but it is a rebate, not you don't get it back before you've paid it. And so the rebate program kicks in the beginning of next year. So we have the program set up so once they qualify for the program either through an existing low-income through Puget Sound Energy or through King County property taxes, and they've lived here for a year, they can submit a form, we'll reimburse them through that rebate program. We also included legislation for brokered natural gas. I don't believe we actually have any of that here, but in case we did, I wanted to capture it just so that all natural gas is taxed the same. And then again, this chart right here, this is today where the structural imbalance exists. This is ongoing revenues with the utility tax versus ongoing expenditures after we've done the budget reductions. And you can see the lines crossed at the end of 2028, beginning of 2029, again, based on current level of services. And I know we covered this in last presentation, but because not knowing who's going to pull up what presentation, we wanted to remind you of this information. The structural imbalance is on the general fund ongoing costs compared to ongoing revenues. And again, 92% of our general fund budget is ongoing. The box on the left lists the types of costs that are included there. One time is the plans and studies that are one-offs, the one-time projects like building a new website. And again, it doesn't touch the capital construction costs for our capital projects. And so what we're looking for tonight is we want to hear your questions that we can capture on a matrix and bring those answers back at the May 12th meeting, whatever that second meeting in May is. And also your ideas where we can capture and continue this discussion at that meeting in May. So again, these are the options we have to deal with, right? It's either maintaining service levels and increasing revenue enhancements, shifting costs through the MPD or some other avenue, or reducing services or a combination of that. And with that, I think it's your time to start dialoguing.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that presentation and all the work you've been doing on the back end for this here. We'll start with Councilmember O'Farrell, and if we could please get the council members remotely on the screen for us, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Vicki, I know I'd watched back all of the task force meetings, and I just kind of looked over my notes the other day when preparing for this meeting. And I know one of the stipulations, when the task force were working through their material, was really didn't talk about anything other than current revenue and current expenditures. And we really didn't talk about 10th Centre or economic development, that kind of thing. And I would be interested to see if there's any kind of information that we can have on that. as another source of revenue for the city. I mean, I understand the options the city has in generating revenue and for paying our bills. So, you know, we've got taxes and property taxes and taxes and taxes, right? And they take many forms and different titles. But as a city, as Sammamish, we've never, I feel, and this is the first year we've had an economic development chapter in our comp plan, and that's a side of our life that we have never really delved into and done much research on for all kinds of reasons. But I think it's something that if there's any information, if there's anything to be uncovered, that we should be looking at that going forward. That what would it look like if we had town centre built out where we had some commercial and that kind of thing? How would that affect our budget? Is that something we should even be thinking about? I want that just to be part of our discussion and not putting that on the table.
Thank you, Councilmember. We are going to look at seeing what it would cost to get some help to do some of the analysis of what we know is in the pipeline. This is the trick with town center, is there's so much acreage and so much time, right? But I think at least the projects south of 4th, right, in that one quadrant, I think we have some opportunity to look at those and see how are those going to affect it. So we'll be circling back with you on that, but we've heard that loud and clear from you all and the community as well.
Councilmember Boyer.
Okay, let's see. Some questions first. It would be great to understand the problem that we have to a deeper level. Maybe that's what we'll get into, because the broad strokes, we can see that. But I'd like to know into the categories, what are the drivers? You know, is it all labor? Is it benefits? Is it insurance, utilities? You know, like what is underneath that? And I think defining the problem is our first step, like in that level of detail. So I know you kind of gave some of the root causes, but I guess I'm looking for one step further, because I think that'll help us solve the problem much better. Okay. In terms of how to go about or what to do, being on the task force, I would say one of the things we were struck with is that we had, the 17 things to choose from, and I know, Vicki, you weren't there, but it seemed dire, and if we wouldn't have done the utility tax, it was going to come upon us very quickly, and therefore the thought was, wow, it's going to buy us some time to fix this problem. Not that I think any of us like that. The other thing is that we didn't want to institute 27 different things and have it be very confusing for the residents, nickel and dime to death. Going forward, I like looking at this by program, and I think there's a lot of benefit there. But I think in terms of that analysis, I would highly suggest zero basing this. I think as Councilmember Treen was talking about, you're going to start and just build it from the bottom. I think you'll be much more successful if we zero base this. I would also look into the things that are mandated, of course, but what are those core services? What are discretionary? At what service level, of course? Workload drivers, staffing model, contract structure, asset obligations. Like, I'm sure you're going to look at all that. And then get into things that are improvement, and I think that's our way out of this. I don't think cutting labor or cutting programs is going to get us there necessarily. I think one of our issues we had on the team is the question was, well, are we going to just cut services? And it becomes, well, exactly what do you cut and how do you do that? So I think looking for things that are optional, duplicative, outdated, things that can be redesigned, automated, contract delayed, things like that. And you're saying that you would go ahead and look at that as you build this. But I think our way through this is using what we have more efficiently rather than saying we're going to stop these 7 things and then we're balanced, because I don't think that's responsible. I also think that finally, the last thing I would go to is, some of the service level changes that would be impactful, such as the fees, adding more fees and things like in terms of the service, we can talk about reduced hours, deferred program expansion, lower maintenance frequencies, all those kind of things. But I would go through all of that before I started to increase rates, make other adjustments, or other assessments that we're going to put in place. So if there's anything we can do before we have to get to an MPT, that'd be great. And lastly, I would say that as I would go through this, I would certainly figure out what the root cause is, where do I have to get, what is the bare minimum, and of course use a target costing approach to get there and minimize that. Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I just want to kind of share as well, I know you included some information about just in the last biennium what some of our increases were in police and fire. But just so folks know, from 2019 to 2026, police increased by 45% police costs, and fire costs increased by 37% over that period of time. And that's not because we built more and had to hire more police and more fire. It's because of, and to Councilmember Boyer's point, it's because of a lot of things. CPIW we went through a period of very high inflation, and we have unions, and unfortunately sometimes when we have to renegotiate those contracts during a period of high inflation, that can hit us particularly hard. Fuel costs. So I'm not sure if y'all are aware, but fire trucks get about 3 miles to the gallon, and I think diesel fuel is nearing $10 a gallon right now. So fuel costs go up. There are a myriad of issues that get wrapped up into these costs. So we can certainly break this down as much as possible, but there are a lot of things in there. And I just use those two as examples, right? Those are not the only two examples. If you go back and look at inflation, when I look back at the last 20 years, I only saw 1 year where the inflation rate was less than 1% over the, right? And again, our major revenue source is capped at increasing 1% a year. If we have, and over the last, I would say 8 years since I've been on the council, our development has been minimal, right? We have built very few new housing units. And so our property tax revenue has really only gone up 1% a year. So we do need to look at other revenue sources, and I don't think just continuing to tax people and find new ways to tax people is ever going to balance us out. Even if we balance the budget perfectly this year, right, in terms of ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures, inflation, and particularly inflation in things like road construction and things like that, we think of inflation with that one number that we hear on the news, but there are different kinds of inflationary numbers. And when you look at energy inflation, when you look at inflation on things that the city tends to do, those numbers tend to be a lot higher. We aren't spending a lot of money at the grocery store as a city, right? So we're looking at some of those other numbers, and those numbers are always higher than 1%. Oftentimes 3, 4, I think we had 9% in the peak inflation after COVID. So I just want people to be aware that there's a lot to unpack there. And if we don't find new revenue sources that aren't just taxes and fees, excuse me, on our existing residents, we will continue every year to have to cut services and cut programs. There's no other way to make the math work. It's just simple math, right? If revenue goes up 1% and costs go up 5%, it doesn't math. So I just want people to be aware of that this is not a new problem. It is a big problem for suburban type cities. And it, again, as you brought up, it's not unique to us. It is a huge challenge across the country. And even around the world, there are other places that struggle with this. So I want us to all keep that in mind as we go through this and we look at, we're always going to look at how we can be more efficient. We're always going to look and say, do we need to do that? Can we reduce, how many times we cut the grass in the parks or whatever? And we can do a lot of that, but those are going to be things that will take small bites out of a much bigger piece of pie that we have to address. So I appreciate all the work that you do, but I do want to reiterate that, like Councilmember O'Farrell, I think we need to look at other ways to generate revenue other than just new taxes and new fees, particularly on, since we are predominantly a residential community, all of those fees just continue to hit our residents. So anything we can do to look at things like sales tax that we already spend, how can we keep the sales tax that we spend in our city and not give it to other cities, those types of things, I think is really the only way we're going to find ways to balance this in the longer term. Thanks.
Councilmember Lamb.
I have a couple of questions. For the Metropolitan Parks District, is the decision point during the budget season whether or not to move forward with that?
I would just say it's more a decision point of, are we planning for it? So it would be a big body of work for the work plan item, but also it's the question of what is going to stop that fiscal cliff that we all talk about, right? What is our plan to address that? So it would be a direction as a part of the budget, but it wouldn't necessarily be baked into the budget.
Right.
That make sense?
So during the budget season, we'll discuss whether or not the Metropolitan Parks District will address these issues.
And that's why we were trying to get some idea now before we completely build the budget, right? Because it would be a different, the likelihood is we would build a different budget depending on whether or not there was the desire to say, go for a voter approved measure, right? Versus doing some other things that wouldn't provide that. Certainty is not quite the right word, right? Because they are voter approved, but that would provide that fix, that known fix, I would say, versus direction that says, for this next biennium, we want you to look at X, Y, and Z. If that was direction, then we would probably build a bit of a different budget, right? That would have a different level of service. So that's why we're looking for direction. That's why we want to have an iterative process with you all to have this conversation over, between now and hopefully mid-June to just get some idea.
Okay.
So what we don't want to do is jam anybody towards the end of the year, right? Including the community.
So for the vacancies that we currently have on staff right now, I'm not sure how that is affecting the budget. I know we eliminated some to get the reductions for the last budget. What about this one? Are we doing the same thing? I mean, we do have to fill those positions. So are some of them just in the budget?
Well, we haven't determined exactly what's coming forward in the next biennial budget. Part of that will be this discussion with you, right? So we did the 8% vacancy
allowance.
Thank you. And we are coming in higher than that 8% right now, right? So that financially, that's a good thing. Looking at all my colleagues going, we don't feel like that's a good thing, right? But that's going to be a question moving forward. Do you want to keep that 8%? Do you want to change that number? That sort of thing. FTEs is another place too, right? If you tell us we want you to reduce the FTEs and give us a target, we'll be coming back to you to tell you what that looks like, right? So all of the options are on the table. Again, we're looking for some direction so we can pull together a budget that you all go, okay, I see why they got here in September because it's the direction that we gave them. And then we know there's going to be a lot of discussion after that too, right? I want to be really clear what we give you in September is not going to be perfect.
Okay. And my last question is along the lines of what Councilmember Boyer was saying, that we don't know what the residents want cut, and we know that there will likely be cuts to service. So now that the community survey is no longer an option, and we do have to have resident engagement, what does a survey look like? Farmers market, what are we thinking about?
So I'll just also jump in here. The community pulse that you saw during the last presentation is what the direction that we heard from you all after the survey was to go do different questions to the community at different times right? And have it be available on social, have it be available on the website, have it be available, a QR code posted at the Y and information at farmers markets and that sort of thing. So we took that information, and with this first community pulse, our goal is to try to wrap some of this discussion that we hear from you into those questions, that then go to the community, and then we can bring those results back to you.
Okay. So that's good. Not quite the same as a statistically valid survey, but, still good. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor. Sorry, you're on mute.
Thank you. I was looking at, I think I saw a slide where we averaged the police, fire, and personnel increases to be going up by 8% or 8 point something, but we're only using 4.4% for our forecasted future costs. Can you explain why we wouldn't, is that actually going to be enough?
That is a fair question. We have based those projections on what we know today. Unfortunately, we don't know what fire and police are going to do yet because they haven't started their budget discussions yet. We based the forecast, again, what we know today plus the economic forecast from King County that they produced. We have a placeholder, and again, Councilmember Boyer asked for some of the details on how we did those projections, and we can show you what we projected in for police and fire.
Okay, so, but by the time we adopt the budget, I think, will we have more current information about police and fire? Okay.
Yes.
And then working with that CPA firm on the sustainability task force, one of the things, do we need to engage something like that again? And God, I hate to even suggest that we need an outside help with this, but the reality is, I don't think it's going to be sufficient to simply estimate what the revenue results will be from town center development that's already been basically applied for south of 4th. We should be looking at what do we want the city development ultimately to become in the commercial areas and the town center, so that we're looking at a holistic view of the potentials to raise revenue within the city, within city sales tax or others. And one problem I have, it's been said over and over that density will provide more tax revenue, but the reality is it's going to be property tax revenue that is still restricted every year. So it's an immediate boost, but I'm not sure how good the longevity is on that. But it would be helpful to look at that. What is the real impact of actually building out what we have planned in our 20-year plan? It doesn't solve our immediate need, but we aren't even, to me, it's important to look at the long term. What is the long-term success of the city's ability to survive with the land use patterns we've put in our comprehensive plan today?
Yeah, we'll be talking with potential consultants about that and what they think is a realistic planning horizon given what we know about town center. So more to come, most likely.
Okay. And the last question I have is the $8 million that was cut last year, I think it was last year, maybe it was 2 years ago, did that assume there would not be any reduction in level of service and no personnel impacts? So how did we achieve an $8 million cut without reducing level of service and personnel impacts?
Sure. Rachel's going to go back to the slide where we listed it was done over 2 bienniums. The biggest one was taking out the what ifs because the city used to budget for all of the what ifs, and we don't know if something's going to break, so we'll put budget in there. So we took out all of the what ifs and contingencies, and what that did is that was to build a relationship and a partnership between staff and council so that if those unknown, unplanned costs come up, we have to come forward and have a conversation with you and talk about how we're going to handle that. When we built the 25-26 budget, We had direction from the previous council to maintain service levels and hold staff harmless as much as possible. So we did it the best we could by making actual budget reductions, but it was through reducing the number of seasonal positions and changing how that work is done. Again, we reduced out-of-state travel. If I go to an out-of-state travel, I'm paying for that on my own dime. The only time we send somebody out of state is if they have required training that's to maintain a certification or license that's required per their job description, and you can't get the training in the state. Sometimes we run with that with the building or permit folks. We reduced training overall, so find an online class if you can as opposed to going on site. We've limited overtime. We just flat out reduced overtime, as well as finding different ways of providing the services that were provided outside of normal business hours. And he did an exercise where we went line by line every single department and questioned departments to say, what are you spending this budget on? And if there wasn't a good justification, it was reduced.
Right. Do you have the numbers attached to each of these somewhere?
We do have some
seems
backup.
like, yeah, I think I've seen this before in one of the previous budget presentations a year or two ago. Yeah, I was just curious, where did we find significant savings here? So that's my last question.
Yeah, we can definitely show you that work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Trine.
Josh, thank you for the floor. Appreciate it. So, Vicki, we have a structural imbalance, correct?
Correct.
We have limited revenue sources, correct?
Correct.
We have a goal to be fiscally sustainable, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what 6 years has taught me is that the city must change what we're currently doing because it's not working. So that's just really a statement. It really wasn't a question, but I guess if I were to put it as a question, do you as our finance person see that we have to change what we're doing so that we could actually have a fiscal sustainable budget over a period of, say, 6 to 8, maybe we get to 10 years?
As I stated before, my professional opinion, doing nothing is not an option.
Correct. And so I agree with you there. And I would even say that we have to change what we have been doing over the last 6 years if this is something that's going to be corrected. And that correction, what I mean by that is that we are actually fiscally sustainable as a city. So one of the questions I have is like to see us create a policy or a resolution that directs the staff to do a zero-based budget process, and that would also look at levels of service, even if that means that we'd have to reduce them. So is that possible? Is that something that we could do?
We will add it to the matrix and come back in May with a response to that.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for the overview, by the way. I'm really grateful for the process. I'm really appreciative for the program-based budgeting. I think that was good. And while this presentation is informational, I just want to be clear that I think we have to do that the things that we're talking about tonight are going to shape the biennial budget that we're going to adopt in September. And so I want to just be clear that what I had said on the process earlier, that, I mean, if there is need for more time, I hope that you and staff are willing to say, hey, we need to have another meeting. And if that takes us into August, then it takes us into August. So are you prepared, and the staff, are they prepared to work in August to help us get to a place where we're comfortable giving direction on the budget in September?
Councilmember Trine, to be clear, we need the budget passed by the end of the calendar year. So legally, it has to be passed by the end of December. We are not looking for you to pass the budget in September. We're looking for you to pass the budget in November.
Correct. But what I'm saying is we, as the council, we have really hard decisions to make about, say, level of services as one example. And if we're making those kind of hard decisions, those take time for all peoples to be heard, all stakeholders to be heard, to provide a process so people can, have public comment and also to be heard, and then for us to make a decision and to give direction. And so if we wait, my challenge is if we wait till September, it doesn't give us enough time to give you the direction to actually even bring us the proposed budget in September. That's my concern.
And we hear what you're saying, Councilmember Treen, and as I said earlier, we'll be working collaboratively to make sure that you all have what you need in order to do your deliberations and make decisions. So feel like we've always done that, and we will continue to do that.
Okay. So okay, here, I'll just make this slow or quicker, right? So first, when you talk about the assumptions that you're starting with, I agree with Councilmember Treen that you should probably look at a base budget. I also completely agree. If you go back and listen to what Councilmember Boyer was saying about how we should proceed to make it a long-term and fair budget, I definitely agree with him on those points. Lastly, let me just look at my notes here real quick. Yeah, so are we going to be intentional about when and how council is given direction over the next several months? I mean, are you giving us the visibility into the programs and their costs so that we can weigh it against the priorities once they come? That probably is a little redundant, but I've been through this process now a few times, and it's, if we're going to base it on assumptions that then we're not even going to do the budget that way, then we have to make those hard decisions before September to give staff the opportunity to actually build a budget.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're just trying to get to the correct slide, but we're not quite there yet, but we're working on it.
Yeah,
keep going.
That's
There you go. So,
one too many.
So, Councilmember, as Vicky said, we do have multiple touches here over these next few months where we want to come in and have these conversations with you. They're going to be at a more high level than you having the budget in front of you. That will come in September, but we need some direction before we can finalize that budget and bring it to you in September. And that's what we're looking for with it's almost, sorry, City Clerk, it's almost to the top of the presentation. Keep going. There you go. That's why we have this multi-month outline here where, again, we're looking for this high-level direction. So as part of this, for instance, right, we'll be checking in with you on the CIPs, right, so that you can give us some idea of the general government CIP, right? Just say what has clearly been on folks' mind, right? Does not seem to be as much of an interest to make those investments right now. So we're going to come in and check in with you on those, right, before we come back with a draft for you to look at. So there are things like that we're going to be doing a whole bunch of pre-work over these next few months so that, again, when September hits, we give you something that we believe you'll go, okay, this seems to have the different ingredients that we've been talking about over these past few months. So
All right. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we've gone through all the council members one round. I'm going to ask my questions, then we'll start over again for you. So I think this was kind of asked before, related to the budget, the 8.9% savings. The previous.
Excuse me, 8.9 million.
I'm sorry, I put a percent here.
Okay.
It should have been an M.
I'm always going to make sure
8.9
we're always.
million in savings.
Yep.
I've had watched several previous council budget deliberations in prior years, and they always planned on those savings in some way or another. They always kind of knew they were there, and then they banked it at the end. I would like to understand, so that was going to exist anyway based on our prior budget practices, which we've gotten rid of, which I do appreciate. What I would like to understand is what was actually cut from the budget versus what was budget bloat that wasn't going to be spent anyway. And then at one point you had mentioned that there was a line item review of the budget. But as far as we don't have that data. Like we can't double click into an account number and see what makes up. Some public commenters asked about small tools. We can't see that. How did you see that and do that review of the account number? Because when the public comes to us and asks us what's inside that number there, I have no idea.
We can show you the list.
Of what was cut or what's inside
Yeah, of the
each?
line item reductions, because as we were going through, I was taking notes. I didn't always capture the why, but I was taking notes on each budget that was reduced.
Okay. Question on the utility tax. Is it possible for us to adjust our ordinance language so that it ends up being a flat 6% by basically saying utilities charge 6%, bake in your cost into that to get to that 6% number?
So state law allows them to charge the effective rate. We would need to look into the legality of being able to do something like that. I don't want to say that we can or not unless we have legal weight on it, because I know state law does allow them to recapture the full cost for them so they remain whole.
That's a completely fair answer, and also completely fair that for them to do. It does cost them money. But when we tell residents it's going to be a certain amount and then it's almost 1% higher, there's some real frustration with that. So I just want to make sure we're either more clear going forward about what the effective range might be, or we adjust the language so that it's actually what we say it's going to be.
We'll look into
if we can do that.
Yeah, we'll look into the legality of that.
You'd mentioned overtime cutting, and I'm curious, there's always a calculation on how much overtime do you pay before you do a new FTE. And I'm curious if we have that calculation in place. If we cut overtime, that means we're not getting work done that theoretically was previously getting done. So this is not an answer for now, but I am curious how that process went into play for overtime versus FTE versus not doing the work.
We can definitely take a look at that.
Okay. And then some comments. I agree with the other council members who mentioned zero-based budgeting. I think going to this new system potentially provides a great opportunity for us to do that. I also will have an issue actually supporting a whole list of tax ideas I'm going to give you right now without being able to go to the voters and say, I looked inside every account and I trust that the money we're spending is being spent well. That's not to say I don't trust staff, but I can't look at someone in the eye and say, I know what's inside that number. And I'm going to need to be able to do that in order to ask voters to pay more in taxes. And as much as we say that voters don't want to have less services, we've certainly heard from people who really don't want higher taxes. So we need to be able to balance that and make it defensible. On to my list of tax ideas that I'm willing to consider. We've got HB 2015 allows for 0.1% public safety sales tax. I believe King County Sheriff is in compliance with the plethora of regulations that came down with that, and I don't know what our city has to do to meet that as well, but I'm interested in that. I think if my napkin math is right, each 0.1% of which the city of your entire sales tax, the city gets 0.86%, I believe. It's about $1 million in additional revenue.
We did the math based on our existing sales tax, and it's about $900,000.
900, okay.
The state does take a 1% off the top as an admin fee.
Okay.
So we can't count that as
They will
revenue
always
for
get
us.
their money.
Yeah.
I am interested in looking at speed safety cameras as a way to improve safety, particularly among school zones, but also empower our officers to spend their time going after higher impact crimes. It looks like, and this will need to be double checked, but I think HB 2384 now allows for trained civilians to do it, or public works employees to review the citation. So it's you're no longer taking a police officer off the beat to review those. So that might be a viable option. Do we transfer or not? I couldn't find it and I forget. Do we transfer money from the general fund into our street overlay program?
We changed how we budget for that going forward, starting the 2025 budget. Prior to that, many years ago, it was in its own dedicated funding source, and there was some transfers from the general fund, and then the whole thing got moved back to the general fund. That was not very transparent for how much that was costing for that program. So starting in 25, we moved that back to the special revenue fund. I don't know off the top of my head if there's any general fund dollars there, but that is mostly funded through the motor vehicle excise tax.
Okay, which is dedicated.
That is restricted revenue source, yes.
If we don't have dedicated funding, if we move undedicated funding from that, I would be interested in looking at a transportation benefit district, either with the 0.1% sales tax or the car tab fee. I like that. It's a $20 is councilmanic. I like that. Correct. Because it's a direct line between cars are on the road, cars are paying for the roads. I don't love paying it myself, but I do like the connection. There's a solid nexus between the tax and the benefit you get from it. I'm curious about, we went over small cell towers several years ago. I'm curious about franchise agreements for those in city-owned light poles. And I know we're looking at our light poles. So that's a big conversation and not a short-term solution. But some smaller items in parks, concession agreements with food trucks during busy summer months, particularly Pine Lake, Beaver Lake Park, sponsorships at city ball fields, which I mentioned the other day. Removing the ban on marijuana dispensaries in the city. I believe there's only 2 locations in the city where we can actually cite them based on their distance from schools. And I think we're losing excise tax revenue by not actually having it. I don't know how much, but I know that you were looking into it.
It's about $100,000.
It's half of a police officer. So, person. I would like us to look at, this might not be for this, likely not for this year, but looking into studying a community thrift shop. Mercer Island brings in their net after expenses, $1.125 million is what Mercer Island brings in. I think over time we could certainly get somewhere close to that. I would like us to look at our fee schedules. I was talking with David Powell, tree permits being one of them to start charging for. I know we currently don't, so obviously we're going to look at our fee schedule, but I would like to look at, we've got a lot of staff out there with a lot of really good ideas. I would like to have some sort of feedback form that we could have them submit ideas, whether it's anonymously or we give them credit and they go into a drawing for something. But I'm sure there are people in the field who know of ways that the city can save money and it's just not being serviced. So I would like to pull those up for us to have a better look at. I have, let's see, I think it's going to be, we've got a rather large vacancy list. It's always easier to not hire than it is to lay people off. Not that that's my goal, but I think it would be before the end of the budget cycle important for us to understand the current vacancy mix to see if there's strong council interest in not hiring some positions that we know we're not going to be interested in later, so that we're not making bad decisions later when we didn't have to hire someone into that. I have no idea if I don't know all the positions open. So I think everything that we do here needs to have better messaging out to the public. I know that was one of the goals, but when you ask the residents what we are paying the utility tax for, there's no clear understanding of what it is other than we don't have money. It's almost like it was peanut buttered on. The utility tax is almost equivalent to our police and our fire. So while that wasn't exactly what it was for, clear messaging between what the new taxes are for, or what the new tax is and what it's paying for, will help it be a lot easier for people to understand and grapple with what that dollar figure actually means to them and the services that they're getting. I don't love that way of pretending that it's actually for police and fire, but it helps create that connection between the dollar figure and the service rendered. And that's it. Thank you. And we will go back to the other council members. We have Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quickly, quite the challenge when you look at how fast things are growing and everybody else gets to raise their prices, and here we are. I think it's tough. While on the campaign trail, I think this is not brought up as often as you might think because most people don't know. How would they? They'd have to go through the detail. I know I never did before this, but I think they're counting on us to do this well. So just to reiterate, and I think of all times that I think your council is pretty consistent here, I guess I want to put this in real simple terms because this is what I'm looking for to get back. And I know that you guys watch this again and take notes when you rewatch this, so hooray. First of all, I'd really like to know the size of the problem, the root cause, understand it deeply. I would suggest zero basing each one of these. I love the program design, and I would target cost that too. I think we need to then proceed with operational efficiencies, doing things better, and I would ask your creativity to do this because you guys know what gets done. I don't need to dip into how you do that necessarily, but I would expect you to do that. And I don't mean things like copying on both sides of a paper or buying fewer Post-it notes. I think that'll add up to nothing. So I do think there's the way we get things done, it drives those costs. And then the next tier I would go to would be service level adjustments. So I would do all those before I got to service level adjustments. But I certainly, if we can't get there and we know how far we have to go, that's what I would do. And I would do all of that before any revenue adjustments. And lastly, I was reminded by my fellow council members, something that I failed to mention is Councilmember O'Farrell talked about the impact, and I think others did too, around growth in town center. I've heard many people say, oh, that growth will pay for things, so the claims are that, that'll generate enough revenue and we'll be okay. When we were on the sustainability task force, many came in and said, well, if we just do town center, we wouldn't have any of this problem. And I think that might be a claim, or someone might proclaim that. I'd love to see the business case, because just telling me it's true doesn't make it true to me. I think a lot of those costs are variable costs, and I think you're gonna grow that and you're gonna pay commensurate cost to what you're putting in. If there's some margin with that, I'd love to see that, but I would be looking for that to contribute as far as on the revenue side of things. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah. I agree with you, Mayor. Speed cameras, I think, have a triple win. They'll slow people down in school zones, because when you get multiple tickets in the mail, by the time you go get your mail, you will be reminded not to speed through your school zones again. I do believe that there has been a change in the legislation, so it does not have to be a certified officer to review the tapes, and it can generate some revenue. So I'm in favor of that. I do want to again call out staff to say that every year, I've been on the council 8 years now, and every year staff comes back with ideas on how we can do things more efficiently, and we don't always call them out in the budget clearly. So I don't know how much we need to go back and provide that to the new council members, but we did cut levels of service in this last biennium. We did, excuse me, we did provide efficiencies in how work was being done across different departments. And we did effectively cut staff by not bringing on staff that was actually needed. And I'm looking back there at poor David, where for the workload that they had on the work plan, they really needed additional staff, and we did not approve that additional staff. So when you increase the workload and you don't increase the staff, you are effectively cutting staff. And so I just want to call out that we did a lot of those things. Years ago, Anjali did a great job of pulling together the parks and maintenance staff and finding efficiencies across those two departments where they were separate departments and separate staff. I would like to call out that our parks and our public works department work very well together when we have storms, whether it be a bomb cyclone or a snowstorm or anything else. And our parks chip in, and we do just that. We balance out the spending of overtime versus having additional FTE. So our staff every single day and every single budget cycle and every single month are doing amazing feats to run this city as one of the best cities in the country, if not in the world, in an incredibly efficient way. So I just want folks to know that they're not just focused on not buying more sticky notes, but they're doing incredible feats. And I know that you guys will continue to bring new ideas forward as you think of them, but I just want the public to know that you've already done that a ton. And I see it and I appreciate it, both as a resident and a taxpayer. So appreciate that. I do also want to call out that we have in the past adjusted fees, and we review our fee schedule. So for instance, trying to cover the costs of certain staff for services that people in the community need. So those who are receiving those services are paying the bulk of that time. It's very hard to get 100% coverage on those fees, but again, DCD did a great job of adjusting some of those fees to cover those costs. I think that zero-based budgeting, it'll be interesting to see if it's doable with the time and the staff that you have. Also, I think that in the past we've seen where you come in with, here's what we're spending, here's where, what the chunks of those are, and here's where we can make reductions or increases depending on what the council wants to do based on the work plan and the priorities. I think that's just as good, but obviously we'll go with what the majority would like. When it comes to the questions, and since we did get rid of a company to help us with a statistically valid survey, I still come back to who's going to craft the questions, how and who will review the results and normalize the data, and how will we account for bias in those questions. I know when we do events and things like that, you guys kind of put that into a certain category and you try to account for that to say, hey, like we know we only got the people who came to the farmer's market, right, or something like that. But I do worry if we're just going to be kind of throwing things out with a QR code. While sure, the newsletters go to every home, that doesn't mean that we're going to get all the demographics and we're going to get all the people to respond. So I'm curious how that's going to work.
We will be very clear in disclosure that it is not statistically valid, right? That it is a representation of who decided to opt in and participate.
So again, it would be a measure of intensity, not a measure of
correct
of the will of the majority.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And just to answer, I know someone asked about will we have the budget from police and fire? I know for Eastside Fire and Rescue, yes, that is the goal, is to try to wrap our budgets up in time to be able to fold those into the jurisdictions who actually pay the bill. So we have kicked that process off on Eastside Fire and Rescue as well. And I definitely think we need to get pretty pointy on the things like the Metropolitan Parks District in terms of, are we going to move forward with it, and to start to potentially define it, because I think not knowing the direction of this council has a big implication on our budget. And then I do want to address the economic development. It isn't just about density of homes, right? It is about looking at how a well-planned whether it be a town center or any kind of center, a well-planned center will thrive and will generate more revenue in terms of sales tax and other things. If you look at our centers in the city now, we've had a lot of vacancies. Vacant buildings don't generate a whole lot of revenue for us. So I think that's why the economic development plan, and I think Councilmember Boyer, it's fair to say that we should look at the numbers. And there are one-time revenues that can cover some of the infrastructure, and then there are the ongoing revenues that we collect to help pay for things. And if you look back on the history of our city, the reason that we have a large general fund balance and we have no debt, which I'm not sure you can find another city in the state of Washington that has zero debt. The only reason we have that is because of those fees that have come in the past and because the development has paid for the infrastructure that's been chosen to do. Now, I'm not saying that the city has built enough of that infrastructure, but that is there, and there are ongoing revenues that come out of that. The other thing about building a well-planned center is that the future ongoing costs are much lower, right? The maintenance costs, that's another area where staff has done a great job of coming forward to say, hey, if we redesign, that's why some of our agreements, the development agreements that we did came forward, was that the staff and the developers worked together and said, hey, if we design it differently, we can have a more efficient stormwater system that will cost the city less in ongoing maintenance for the rest of, basically eternity that we have to maintain that. So there are a lot of advantages to having well-planned developments like that, as opposed to just infill developments and other things. And we do have the option of things like an internal transfer of development rights program, which could help us to prevent those infills from happening, which are not necessarily desired by our community, are far more expensive in terms of laying asphalt and other infrastructure that we have to build and maintain, and can preserve that land while we can, if we are going to have to build, that we do it in a more efficient and environmentally sustainable way. So I think all of those things need to be looked at. And not a lot of work for you guys. It'll be a piece of cake, I'm sure. While I appreciate that Councilmember Treen wants to make sure, just so everybody knows, Council may take off in August, but our staff does not. So our staff will be working. And sometimes when we don't have meetings, our staff can get a lot more done when we're not around bugging them all the time. So I'm not opposed to having additional meetings if we really have to, but I also want to respect that staff will put together a schedule, and that we do sometimes need to give them uninterrupted work time to get some of this done. Thanks.
Councilmember Treen. Deputy Mayor? Okay, we have no other lights on. Are we sure? I think we're ready to go.
All right, thank you for the great discussion, and we'll continue this discussion on May 12th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I suggest maybe a 5-minute break before we roll into the next set of presentations?
You may. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
The time is 8:41. If council members can resume to the dais. Thank you.
All right, we are back from recess and written. No, one moment, we are not. We are now back from recess, ready to resume. Thank you. Up next, we have David Pyle here talking about SMC Title 21, the code amendment topics.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, David Pyle, Department of Community Development. With me this evening, I have Nell Lund and Sam Payne of Facet Northwest. They serve as our on-call consultant and really an extension of staff and help support us with things where we don't have qualified staff in that discipline or field. So in this case, Facet serves as our on-call consultant for critical areas, issues related to streams, wetlands, geologic hazard areas, habitat areas, and they are trained and qualified in the field of things like ecology and wetland science. So we really appreciate them being here with us this evening. I'm going to jump into initiate the presentation, and then we're going to pause for a minute, and then they'll be providing a presentation, and then we'll get back into the primary presentation again. So bear with me as we navigate through this. As you're aware, in February 2016, the council asked the staff to take on consideration of 3 specific code amendments. The first is evaluation of addition of certain terrestrial mammals to the list of species of local importance, reconsideration of the criteria for the quasi-judicial rezoning process, and reevaluating a list of exemptions related to the city's inclusionary affordable housing program, specifically related to home additions and aging in place. Staff is requesting direction on these this evening. It's in order to allow us to continue with the process and bring these back to the Planning Commission, develop code amendment proposals, have the Planning Commission provide feedback, have a hearing, and make a recommendation on that before coming back to you later this summer or in the fall with those items for your review. We did review the February meeting video quite carefully, and we're really hopeful that we can get some clarity tonight on what really you're wanting us to do, as it was quite difficult to try to mine out of that conversation exactly what you were wanting us to do. And I know that there were different takeaways from that meeting, as I've heard different perspectives from different council members on what we actually were asked to do. So we're really hopeful that we can get a motion directly on each of these items this evening in order to allow us to move forward with additional work. The first item, adding terrestrial mammals to the habitat list, is the issue statement was, should large terrestrial mammals such as bobcats, black bears, and mountain lions be added to the species of local importance list that the city has? We'll be going ahead and having a presentation from Facet Northwest on the city's existing habitat protection and regulations. Then we'll go over some mapping work that we've been doing, and we'll seek feedback on what our next steps should be. So with that, I'm going to take a minute here and stop sharing, and then go ahead and reshare with a separate presentation that is prepared by Facet. Appreciate your patience. Almost there. There we go. Great. Sure. Just go ahead and use that arrow right there.
Well, thanks. It's good to be in front of you tonight to help talk through this topic. As David stated, I'm Nell Lund. I'm a senior ecologist at Facet, and I have with me.
Hi, I'm Sam Payne. I'm an ecologist, and I've also got a background in wildlife biology, and I'll be helping Nell present today. So thanks for having us.
So just kind of an overview of what we're going to walk through in the presentation. Basically, we're talking about how and why species and habitats are protected in the city. We'll talk about the recent update and compliance with best available science and regionally applied standards for amending the species of local importance list if you wish to do so. And we'll also talk a little bit about some things we know other cities are doing. So the CAO, based on BAS, is a Growth Management Act requirement. When that Growth Management Act passed in 1990, that's what started the Critical Areas Ordinance and regulations that we're all familiar with today. And fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas will be our focus here. That is one of 5 critical areas defined in the Growth Management Act. So just to talk a little bit about process, I know some of the council members were not involved in the 2024 work, where we had roughly a year-long process working with the city to update the critical areas ordinance. We also had with us a sub-consultant, HWA Geosciences, who helped with the geologic hazard areas for that work. That new code that incorporated best available science and balanced critical area protections with other GMA priorities like housing, which was a big push in the comp plan update. That work was completed, and it's been in effect since January 2025. And that process did involve, public comment period and work with stakeholders. We got draft code feedback from the Washington State Department of Ecology, WDFW, and some comment letters from tribes and other stakeholders. And the city did incorporate many of the recommendations that were received from the agencies. For example, the WDFW priority habitats and species list is now clearly cited in multiple locations in the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Areas Code section. And the city also adopted the Washington State Department of Ecology's preferred buffer option for wetlands, which includes habitat corridor requirements in some instances. So as we talk about the city's regulations, just a quick reminder that the reasonable use exception is kind of ubiquitous in these critical area ordinances throughout the region. The purpose is to avoid taking of property rights and to provide a path for development of legal lots. There are, however, limitations, mitigation requirements, and associated costs. So as mentioned, there are 5 critical areas that we have listed here. They're all regulated under the city's Critical Areas Ordinance, SMC 2103020. Very familiar with that now. The CAO regulations limit disturbance activities in all these areas. So that includes, tree removals, landscaping, placement of impervious surfaces, structures. The code update also emphasized buffer enhancement and restoration. That's incentivized by basically requiring an increase if a buffer is degraded and not restored. All impacts to these critical areas require some form of mitigation that does have a ultimately a habitat benefit, and the guiding principle is no net loss of ecological functions and values. And
All right, thanks, Nell. And we're going to narrow this to fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas of that list of critical areas, because this is the ones that covers individual species.
Sorry, can you pull the mic up closer?
Of course. Is this better here?
That's much better. Thank you so much.
Okay. So this here is a list of the types of habitats that are covered in fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas. So they include streams, lakes, ponds, rivers, waters of the state, state natural areas and natural resource conservation areas, which are less common in urban sites, habitats of state and federally endangered species. And then the main one of the topic today is habitats of local importance, because would be the mechanism that you can add additional species to the regulations. And then, of course, the last one there is the WDFW PHS list. This is the priority habitats and species. I'll go a little bit more into that in the next slide, but it's a comprehensive list that WDFW has put together. And there's some overlap in these lists as well. Most of the species of local importance are also covered in the WDFW's PHS list, although there is a few exceptions to that. And just to clarify, these regulations protect species habitats. Actual wildlife protections are covered in other areas. The habitats are identified as areas where they would have a primary association. So these are habitats that would be needed to meet the critical life cycle stages of a species. It could include stuff such as breeding habitat, nesting habitat, foraging, and there's a wide range of species that are covered. So there's quite a wide type of covered habitats here. I did want to briefly talk about the PHS list because WDFW has already done a lot of work to identify which species are of conservation of concern, which ones are vulnerable and need attention. This overlaps a bit with the state endangered species list as well. It includes 3 categories. One is endangered species as determined by the state. Another one is species that, because of their behavior to aggregate in colonies, are vulnerable to certain actions because they're all in one place at once, and species of recreational, tribal, or cultural importance. And so it's in King County, there are about 100 PHS species. Not all of them live in Sammamish, but that's about as narrow as the state lists provide that data. The WDFW also provides management recommendations for many, but not all of them. And these are useful for local regulations, so you know how you can, if you're doing a management plan for a specific development project, you can point to those as requirements. There's also some mapping tools. There's this PHS on the web tool. It's not comprehensive, but has some coarse and broad areas where they might be present. Habitat for these is identified, in its face is very straightforward by comparing the habitat requirements of the specific species to what you find on a site. Many of the ones that are more well-researched have technical criteria that can be used, a specific number of acres of a forest, for example, but they're not all like that. The ESA listed ones tend to have the most specific criteria. Others might be more loosely defined by general habitat associations of species can occupy a forest. Like a generalist species, if we're talking about a bear, can live in just about any habitat that we have here. So that's something to consider. And Nell spoke a little bit about this before, but this goes into a little bit more detail about how habitat is regulated. This list more broadly kind of covers protections for multiple types of critical areas. So it's not just the species of local importance. But as a general principle for critical area regulations, there is a requirement for mitigation sequencing where you need to avoid and then minimize a potential impact, followed by mitigation if it's unavoidable. There is also a requirement to preserve certain critically important vegetation types, for example, buffer areas around wetlands and streams and certain habitats. One of the primary mechanisms for protections for species of local importance is the requirement for a habitat management plan, which, if requested by the city, could be required for development actions. And this is how the site-specific requirements or proposed protective actions would occur for development. It could include stuff like adding a corridor. It could, for example, if there was a bald eagle nest, include restrictions about buffers during certain times of the year, seasonal restrictions. These kind of go into some of the following bullet points as well. Other regulations include limitations on development placement and size and encouragement of low impact development. Here is a little bit of a sneak peek of the habitat map that David mentioned. I didn't realize this would be shown before you. He'll go into a little bit more detail later, but I just wanted to add this to emphasize that actually there's quite a lot of protected habitat in Sammamish already, which is shown in the purple layer there includes the existing critical area protections, in addition to a couple smaller features, including stormwater ponds and ditches. While the green is also public lands, tracks, parks, and open spaces. And while I don't have a comparison side by side showing the aerial, this overlaps pretty well with a lot of the existing habitat corridors and habitat areas of the forested parts of the city. And really just the why of this, what are these regulations trying to achieve? Primarily it's balancing development and natural resources that need to coexist in the same environment. And this is done through, preservation and enhancement of habitat, maintaining and improving connectivity in corridors, and minimizing impacts over time.
Thanks, Sam. So I guess this gets at the potential process that could be followed if the council did want to move ahead with adding additional species of local importance to your list. This decision criteria is codified in a couple of neighboring cities and counties. It seems to be pretty routinely applied, and you'll notice it has some overlap with some of the criteria and the process that Department of Fish and Wildlife go through when developing the PHS list. It would require, additional study, and it could be quite costly. But you'd want to target populations that are in danger of local or regional extinction, that are, declining, in danger of isolation leading to inbreeding and other sort of degrading species level indicators. They could have commercial game or tribal value that warrants additional protection. The other criteria would be that their long-term persistence would depend on additional, protections specified in the chapter. That protection provided by other agencies, routinely at the state and federal level, are deemed inadequate, and that there's a demonstration that protection has a high likelihood of species or habitat being diminished over the long term. So an update to this list would go through a similar process to the CAO update that was just completed by the city. As we've discussed with David Pyle and the planning group, we would do a BAS, a best available science review, specific to the species that you're looking to add, kind of a gap analysis to look at where protections may need to be adjusted. And part of that is drafting, management recommendations. We do have, obviously, we haven't done that study yet, and but there is some concern that there could be a high level of effort that may not significantly change kind of the menu of management recommendations that are currently provided by WDFW. So that's something to think about, and happy to discuss that as we get to the questions portion. So I guess I kind of jumped ahead with that in that, a key consideration is how would this differ from your current regulations? We'd need to be also clear about what the implications are for property managers, or excuse me, property owners, and management recommendations are key consideration there. So we'd want to look at what would constitute a primary association with, black bear, bobcat, mountain lion in habitats throughout the city, what special habitat features would be targeted for retention, what, if any, seasonal restrictions would be necessary, and what vegetated buffer width or screening needs might be employed. That's just, again, from kind of the general menu of strategies that are usually applied to protect these species of local importance. The city may also consider investing in long-term planning tools to improve stewardship of habitats and species within the city. That process has begun with this draft map that we have, and that could be built upon. For some examples of that, we're sharing some projects that our firm has worked on in other cities. So I'll pass it to Sam.
Yeah, and this isn't exactly the same thing because it's not a species of local importance plan.
Right, yeah.
But it kind of offers an alternative approach too. I don't have any examples of other cities that have added stuff like bears and cougars or other mammals of that nature to city protections lists like this. But wanted to kind of give some examples here. So I think one of the crux here is to protect our important habitats that we have in the city, and there's a wide variety of species that use that. This is a project that we worked on with the city of Redmond. I mean, this policy and plan of theirs was there before I worked on it, but they regulate high quality habitats as a critical area, and have gone through this study that we updated with them to identify and qualify and classify every habitat in the city to determine which ones meet those criteria. And included some other things like corridor modeling, change analysis to see how much habitat is being lost over time, and general policy recommendations. And it's something that could be considered just as an alternative approach.
And I would just add that Redmond had us update this to kind of do another check-in. I can't recall how much time had passed, a few decades.
I think it was 20 years. Yeah, there was a concern that the habitat was being lost at a really fast rate, and thankfully it has slowed down some, but it's still continuing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is how the city of Redmond is, established a tool to help them track that and have a long-term measurable product that they can review and share. The other one to mention is the Bellevue Urban Wildlife Literature Review and Functional Assessment Model, which, full disclosure, David is familiar with from his time at City of Bellevue. So this is still in place, and I actually just helped City of Bellevue with their CAO update, and we put a reference to this functional assessment model specifically in the code to use this or equivalent when documenting a habitat assessment in a critical areas report in City of Bellevue. It is a way to standardize the review of critical area or habitat areas in the city. This functional assessment model includes a rating form kind of similar to what you have for wetlands, and it evaluates habitats based on some landscape parameters such as percent impervious, proximity to other critical areas, patch size, connectivity, and then also local parameters within the feature itself, like the vegetative composition, habitat interspersion, proximity to water, and the presence or abundance of habitat features like snags and logs. So this is something that that City of Bellevue has employed to strengthen and give more guidance to applicants and their consultants when habitat assessment is part of a project. Any questions?
We can pause here for questions, or we can continue on with the rest of this topic number 1 and get through it and then take questions at that point.
Deputy Mayor had her hand raised for just a second, so I want to see if, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do, but I'm happy to wait until David completes his. That's fine.
Just a few more slides. All right, bear with me while I toggle back to the other presentation. Appreciate your patience. Right. So you did see a sneak preview of this map. This is something we've been working on in partnership with our GIS staff, our GIS on-call consultant, and Facet, in addition to in-house staff support. The map on the left shows a map. It's a composite map of existing critical areas. So this shows wetlands, streams, geologic hazard areas, as well as ditches and ponds. So what this shows is areas that are generally regulated or provide habitat and habitat connectivity in the city. The map to the right is what we call opportunity areas, and this shows tracts and HOA tracts, as well as public-owned properties. So these are areas where you might have a HOA that has a open space tract that is not being well managed. It's full of blackberry, and it presents an opportunity where you could create a microforest or something along those lines, and is an opportunity to start to help connect some of the patches of habitat that might otherwise be a barrier to wildlife movement. So when you combine the two, you can start to see where there are higher value opportunities where the city could, over time, through policy direction and through rewriting of things like our tree regulations and tree replanting requirements, our urban forest management plan priorities, really target some of these high value opportunity areas that could start to improve the connectivity between some of the patches and corridors of habitat in the city. So I think this is really helpful and informative about what we already regulate, where habitat already might exist, and where there are opportunities to help improve that. So in closure, there's a wide range of options for moving forward on this topic. The first one is based on what you know about how critical areas are regulated, how habitat is regulated. Leave the city's critical areas regulations as currently adopted and use them to be implemented in development and in prioritizing things like urban forest management plan updates and tree regulations updates. The next would be to finalize the advisory habitat map, which would be a refinement of this map here, to incorporate things like canopy information, additional information from other resources that might be available, and to start to refine down where there are actually corridors in the city that could be used as advisory when looking at development projects or when looking at capital improvement projects or public policy efforts related to habitat improvement in the city. The third is to update the critical areas ordinance to include additional species that might be found to be important in the community. And we would suggest using the framework that Nell walked through previously, that other cities and counties use to identify additional species that they want to add to their species of local importance. And finally, at the other end of the spectrum would be to complete more of a comprehensive habitat study of sorts to guide habitat preservation or use as a tool to evaluate development impacts on habitat. We could also choose to, because I know it fairly well, incorporate by reference the Bellevue habitat functional assessment model, which would really help with evaluating sites that come under proposal for development for whether or not they have habitat values. So we could use their work. That is no problem at all. And our critical areas rules are set up fairly easily that we could amend them to incorporate that into them. So that would be a lower cost version of item 4 here. So what we're really seeking is a motion and direction on this after you've had a chance to talk through this, ask any questions you might have. We really wanted to include the options 1, 2, 3, and 4 as a range. Obviously, the council could choose to do or to direct us as they see fit, but we thought that presented a range that you could work off of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, did you want to kick us off here?
Sure, I can jump in. I would first like to highlight Washington Administrative Code 365-190-130, which addresses fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas. And I'm only going to read a couple sentences from it. You know, these regulations are crazy. But it basically says that fish and wildlife habitat conservation means land management for maintaining populations of species in suitable habitats within their natural geographic distribution, so the habitat available is sufficient to support viable populations over the long term and isolated subpopulations are not created. So that, I think that states very well kind of the intent here. We have habitat now, and what I'm asking for, and I hope I have council members who also care, is to conserve the habitat that we have for biodiversity in our city. Otherwise, we're just going to have raccoons and coyotes and rats and mice. And I think the majority of us really value the diversity of species that we do have in our city. The other item that's highlighted in here is that fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas contribute to the state's biodiversity and occur on both publicly and privately owned land. Designating these areas is an important part of land use planning for appropriate development densities, urban growth area boundaries, open space corridors, and incentive-based land conservation and stewardship programs. So what that tells me is that we're not trying to do something that is out of the norm. It applies to urban growth areas. It applies to rural areas, hunting areas. It applies everywhere. And it's about maintaining the habitat that our existing wildlife need to in order to survive. And so I think looking at the 4 options here, I'm the last one that wants to invest in hugely expensive actions to solve this. But I think if we do nothing, it's obvious from land use decisions that are already being made under the new critical areas ordinance that it does not protect wildlife habitat. And so, David, I like your idea of kind of stealing some of that language. I hate reinventing the wheel. I think cities waste a lot of money reinventing wheels when adjacent cities or other cities have already incorporated language that is functional. So if there is something from Bellevue that we could add to ours that would actually add to the consideration of wildlife habitat when we're evaluating critical areas, I'm open to that. I don't know if that's enough. Time would tell whether land use decisions are made, considering the impact on habitat or not. That would remain to be seen. So I think I would propose that we at least pursue that option. I also like the Redmond style. I thought that was well done as well, and they're actually monitoring the success of their habitat maintenance, which I think we should be doing as well. The critical areas map is interesting, but I mean, the whole west side of the city is basically landslide hazard. And so, we have very large portions that are already protected, and I recognize that, and that makes this whole process, in my view, easier because we're already protecting most of it. But I mean, we can cite numerous examples where corridors have been disrupted by development. So what seemed like it was a path forward, it ends up having, a new subdivision in the middle of it. And so there's no longer a path, or you're going to have deer walking through your streets. And so, and bobcats and hopefully not too many cougars. I don't think we see many of those, but they are here. So anyway, I think I'm supportive of option 4. I'm not sure I understand, David, exactly, what kind of stealing from Bellevue or Redmond does to help reduce these costs. I certainly don't want to invest $200,000 in it in a time when we are trying to establish a sustainable business model. But I also believe, in my view, this is one of the most important things we can do for the quality of life in our community. So help me understand those a little better between, just doing an advisory habitat map seems not very effective. So help me understand the other two options in the least expensive way.
So the advisory map is important because it helps serve as a first layer of evaluation for development proposals. When something comes in, if it is within or adjacent to habitat areas shown on the map, then that would trigger additional review or analysis. It's really helpful in that way. There are other criteria that would trigger additional review or analysis, such as forested, certain forested status or character. Maybe if you're not shown on the advisory map, but we know that the parcel is forested with an intact forest and understory, that there would need to be additional analysis done related to that. There are also other areas in the city that we probably know about where there might be an association between an aquatic resource and an upland forest patch, where there might be that cross connection that we'd want to further analyze. And what I keep saying was the word analyze, right? It might trigger further analysis or warrant further analysis. And the idea with using the work that Bellevue did was we currently don't have a framework for which that analysis happens. There are ways to do that analysis. It's to do a habitat report, right? But it's kind of free form. And what happens there is we end up in disputes between what is required to perform that habitat analysis. And Nell or Sam might be reviewing a habitat analysis that was provided by a developer. And we might say, no, we need more information. And the developer is going to say, well, where in your code does it say I have to do that? I gave you a habitat analysis. And they're going to say, well, it's inconclusive because I don't have the information I need to finish my review. And we're going to end up in a protracted argument that could end up in some form of litigation. And well, I mean, I've seen that. So the reason why we developed the Bellevue model, and I was one of the primary staff working on that when it was created, was because we wanted to address exactly that issue. Is we wanted to create a framework by which we could require applicants to hire a qualified professional to perform a habitat analysis, and there are requirements that go into that analysis, and then we could use our qualified staff or qualified professional to review their work to verify the information that they put into that analysis was accurate. But without that, we end up arguing about what is even included in the analysis before we even have a chance to review it. So that is one of the benefits of that work. The Redmond work, and Nell and Sam can correct me where I'm wrong here, is actually more focused on a comprehensive inventory of habitat across the city and how that habitat is doing with regard to its status. Is it still there? Is it still thriving? And I don't know if you want to, is there anything more to add to that? But
that's basically right. And the only thing I would add is that that criteria is similar in regard to the Bellevue one, in that it could then be used to designate it as a critical area if it meets that for a site habitat analysis for a project as well.
am I correct that requires a lot of on-the-ground work in order to properly windshield survey and walk properties and habitats to rank them and record qualitative attributes of those areas?
Yeah, it took, I would say, for the city of Redmond, it wasn't as much as you might expect. It was about 2 weeks of full-time work for 2 people. So I don't know exactly how many hours that would be, but it was a significant amount of time, but they were mostly coarse metrics that you could do in a quick windshield survey rather than walking through everything.
So is the bottom line that you need both the framework that Bellevue set up and the assessment of the actual status of our current habitat?
So the first cut would be the map. We really need the map. I feel like regardless, we'd want to finalize that map. And I am aware that there is other work going on too by the University of Washington, which I really appreciate. And I will be engaging with them on that. And I think we could leverage that and roll it into our habitat advisory map. So I think that there's an opportunity to combine efforts down the line once they've completed their work. Again, it would be advisory. So the idea there is that if someone comes in with a development application, a tree permit application, whatever it might be, there might be additional habitat analysis that needs to be done. The next layer would, by doing the Redmond type work, is it would actually give us more of a comprehensive inventory of these units around the city. And it would allow us to then know with more certainty when someone comes in with a development permit or a tree removal permit, or even a capital improvement project, a road widening, whatever it might be, that there is this habitat resource that needs to be accounted for. We'd know with more certainty what it is, which would then help tailor and reduce the cost to an applicant on what needs to be included in a habitat study. So we're kind of front loading it for them a bit. And it also allows us then to keep track of the qualitative components and quantitative and qualitative components of the metrics around habitat over time. We could go back in 5 years or 10 years, or in Redmond's case, 20 years, and look and see how that habitat is doing as a metric, so we know whether or not our rules and our process are effective in maintaining those resources that provide such great intrinsic value in the community.
Great. I want to give other people the opportunity to ask questions if anybody has them. Mayor.
There are some. Yes, Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think we can make any motions tonight, correct? This is just a study session.
So we can make a motion, I believe, to provide direction to staff. So it's just a way to solidify, instead of like nodding our heads and looking and pointing at each other, just solid information. Okay. But the city manager was.
Yeah, I guess I'm not comfortable making a decision yet because a couple of things. One, the code that Deputy Mayor referenced, I would love it if she could send that to us so we could actually read the whole thing. It sounded interesting, but you read like 2 sentences. I'm sure it's pages and pages long. So I think that would be really important. I would also love, I'm going to channel Councilmember Boyer of saying, can we get a better understanding of what the problem is, right? So I see the map, and I think the map is great, right? We've identified these critical areas. We've identified these other public lands. Is there a problem we're trying to solve? And I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just saying that I'd like to really have that. Maybe I'm really channeling Scott, right? What problem are we trying to solve? Just so that we can understand, like, this is what we're trying to solve or accomplish, and then we know what we need to go and do to really make that happen. So I'd love to get a clearer understanding of that. Like, do we think we have a problem? I know there was a comment made that there are many examples of where we are not adequately protecting habitat with our critical area ordinance. Can we have some of those examples? I've not heard of those examples, so I just love to see those. And I don't know, Deputy Mayor, you made that comment. I don't know if you could provide us with those examples so that, again,
Sure.
we can see the problem we're trying to solve, right? And again, I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying I'd love to be able to see that before we pick a solution when I'm not clear on what exactly the problem is. I will say that, and before I get called an animal hater, I love animals as a child. I once enlisted my entire family, and we spent 2.5 days trying to nurse a sick duckling back to health. We did not succeed, but we had round-the-clock care for this duckling. My dad found a piglet on the side of the road that kids were throwing stones at, and we raised him. We did name him Arnold. And that we had many stray dogs that we took in, one that we were told we weren't going to keep, so we named him Dog. And we did have him until he died. So I do love animals. This is not that I don't love animals, but I do not believe that the animals that were listed need to be added to any of our lists. I did some research on my own, and the the IUCN, which is like the International, hold on, I have it written down here, the International, International Union for Conservation of Nature has determined that all of the species listed are called species of least concern, and that's defined as one that has been evaluated and found not to qualify for any threatened category, such as critically endangered, vulnerable, or near threatened. This classification indicates that the species is widespread and abundant with stable or increasing populations and does not show significant risk of extinction. So it's not that I don't care about, bobcats or bears or anything like that. I just don't think that we need to be calling those out in our city of species of concern or whatever the terminology is there. I think we need to be focusing our resources on species that are truly in danger and truly need some sort of protection or are truly unique to Sammamish. So again, it's not that I dislike anything. I just think we need to be focused. And if we're going to say, well, we're going to protect everything, then we're not really going to have the resources to protect those ones that truly need our attention. So I just don't think that that's a good way for us to spend our resources, not just money, but our time and our focus, when we do know that we have species here that are truly endangered. And then, I'd love to see if we can get links to the Bellevue and the Redmond work so we can read through those. Again, I'm not comfortable making any decisions or even giving direction until I have a chance to read through all of these things. And again, understand what problem we're trying to solve so we can come up with the best path forward. So does anybody have clarity on the problem we're trying to solve?
Of course, but we wouldn't have brought this up if it weren't. There's clearly a loss of wildlife habitat in Sammamish. Anyone who has lived here for 10 or 15 years has seen the decline in wildlife throughout the city, and so that is it. And the WAC is about habitat, not about a specific species. It's about maintaining habitat. Not for wildlife that is threatened with extinction on the planet, but with habitat that is being destroyed within the city and within the urban growth boundary and within our state and within the county. So that's the idea. It's more than, we know the kokanee salmon are threatened, and we're doing everything we can to restore that specific fish. But wildlife habitat serves more purposes than just habitat for wildlife. It's also our natural forests, and where you see this happening, I can just cite the iRide property, which was identified by the environmental experts who testified on behalf of the neighborhood as some of the oldest forest in the entire region. And so it has evidence of all kinds of different wildlife using it. Over 200 pictures of different wildlife walking through that land. And the person who filled out the EIS said there was no wildlife, which is just not true. And there's no, in the current code, there's no way to really challenge that or to pursue that or to ask for or require habitat to be retained, even if you didn't see a bear there that day. So that's where it's coming from. It's what makes our community unique. I think it's one of the reasons that Sammamish is highly respected in the area and always ranks high as a wonderful quality of life. And as we grow, the pressures are just going to be even greater on that habitat. So that's my goal, is to leave a legacy of wildlife habitat in the region, since we have rural area on our east and a lake on our west. And so they come here. They come here because there's no boundary that they can actually pay attention to.
So I get that there's obviously been a loss of trees in forested areas, and that implies that there's a loss of habitat. But I guess what I need to understand is, obviously we're inside the urban growth boundary. Are there definitions of a percentage or a type or whatever that we don't already have defined, right? So, and I hear what you're saying, Deputy Mayor. I just, again, we are in the area that has been designated as the place to build so that we can protect the areas outside of the urban growth boundary. So I want to understand at what point, what is it that we should be protecting? We can't just protect it all. As much as that would be great, I would love to protect it all, but everyone who lives here lives in a house that was built with trees that were cut down trees to build their house. So we know that there's a balance here, and there has to be a balance of what we take out and what we keep. So I want to understand, is it really a problem? Is it sad? Probably, but is it a problem? And do we not already have all of this defined? And when we have this map, will that be enough? So that's what I want to understand from folks, is at what point is it a problem? What is it that we don't have? When we just did our comprehensive update, we just updated our critical areas ordinance. Did we in fact miss something according to the experts, or are we really covered? So that's what I'd like to understand. And again, it's not that I am unempathetic to some of these things, but again, we have to realize that we can't just protect everything. We could kick all the people out, but that would be really hard, right? And then the wildlife could have the whole city back.
It just depends on what you view.
Josh, can you put me on the list for talking, please?
I can, yes. Okay, so was that a question you asked about the experts? So I just want to clarify.
I just don't know, like, whose job is it at this moment to define the problem? Is there a problem, right? Yes, we see that there are trees and things being taken down. Is that a problem? How do we know that this is a problem that requires us to take action and solve, versus it's just kind of sad to see some of these areas that are zoned for development being developed. So that's what I want to understand. And I don't know how to get that answer before we make a decision on how we're going to move forward.
Okay, I think that's a fair question, probably challenging I can answer. David might want to try.
So I can start by saying, do we regulate habitat in compliance with the Growth Management Act and best available science? And I would say, yes, we do. We have actually the best habitat regulations we've had since the city incorporated. With this last critical areas update, there was quite a bit of work put into updating the habitat regulations as part of the critical areas update. Is there opportunity for improvement in how it is implemented through tools such as advisory maps and through tools such as habitat rating frameworks that we could use, absolutely. Is there opportunity for us to add additional language to the code to add additional restrictions related to habitat corridors? We already do regulate habitat corridors. It could be fairly simple to review that and assess whether or not there's some additional language that could be added. The risk there is that on the one hand, we want to make sure that we're providing legal use of property. We don't want to, again, have a takings claim filed against us. On the other hand, we need to also produce housing and have land available for housing in the city. And on the other hand, we need to be really clear about what is habitat and what the habitat regulations actually provide. Because it is something that could be levered and weaponized into to not allow development on properties, and it could end up in a lot of disputes in the community regarding use of property. It could end up in legal situations, so we want to be really careful. So one thing to keep in mind is that habitat, and this is where I'm trying to get clarity as well, is the expectation that we are regulating habitat like we regulate a wetland and wetland buffer, where there is no development allowed and where that area is set aside as habitat, even if there is no other association with a stream or wetland and whatnot. And it is a very nice forested piece of property that probably does serve as habitat. Is that then regulated like a wetland and wetland buffer to the point where no development is allowed? Or is it something that more like the rules are currently requiring, that was described by Nell and Sam here about how if there's an association with a species for a certain life cycle need of that species, then features are protected on the property in order to help sustain those life cycle needs of the species, but it doesn't mean that the property can't be developed. So this is, in my mind, squarely where the tension is, and trying to understand the direction is, are we talking about wanting to regulate habitat like you would regulate a wetland and wetland buffer where no development is allowed in that area that is deemed to be habitat? Or are we talking about regulating habitat that is not associated directly with a wetland or stream and is a forested piece of property, more in the manner that we're protecting the features and other amenities or other landscape features, I guess, that provide for species life cycle needs like forage and food and those kind of things. And there's a difference there distinctively, because on the one would allow for some limited development to occur, the other would allow for no development to occur. So this is, in my mind, kind of an important point in the conversation to understand what the objective is.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also love animals, except for the rats in my trees. And I sometimes love people too. So, I guess I would say that we are trying to, you're asking directly, David, where is this going? I'd say I think we should protect wildlife and habitat corridors, but I don't believe that a corridor equals a critical area, one-to-one, like a wetland. However, I don't know how you get out of that language, and I don't know how the other cities, Bellevue, North Bend, et cetera, did that. So looking for your expertise. My question is more around the three choices that you have here. And so help me understand this. So we've got an advisory habitat map. Would that be part of our CAO? Would that add to that, or is that just a tool? So in other words, do these sum up to that? Or if you did number two, do you also get the map as well as the study? Or are you just doing the study and it doesn't change the CAO? I'm trying to understand if these are mutually exclusive or if they sum up to a change. And then I'm thinking about the cost of some of these, especially the variance from 80,000 to 200,000. I'm not sure what the wide swing is there. So is it possible to kind of tell me if these are summing up to a change in the CAO, or if the CAO exists and this is just a part of that, or none of those?
So I'll ask Nell if she can help understand whether these are additive or they are all-inclusive.
Yes.
But I will highlight that one of the biggest drivers of cost here is, in order to update the critical areas ordinance, we have to reopen that whole process, and it is quite extensive. We have to do, as Nell described, a best available science review, a gap analysis. We have to notify, there's a lot of public noticing, there's public outreach that needs to occur. I would recommend a community advisory group work on this. That really we want to make sure we've done our outreach and we're getting it right. And a community advisory group would include voices from different perspectives, including master builders, the Building Industry Association of Washington, alongside community members and others who are interested in this topic. It would require that we push it through for review with the State Department of Natural Resources, Department of Ecology, Department of Fish and Wildlife, the tribes would be involved. Our critical areas ordinance update was a quite exhaustive process that resulted in updating those rules, and we would need to model that on a smaller level, just focus on habitat, but just the same, all of those different points add up to a lot. You know, supporting a community advisory group is a significant amount of staff time and consultant time. So there are different ways to take this on, hence the wide swing in dollar costs. I don't know what you want to say about the...
And so you can't, this is just not adding something to the CAO, like adding a sub-chapter or something.
It depends if you're adding a couple words to the CAO, like a reference to a model, like a functional assessment model. That can be done fairly simply. We still would have to do the noticing. It still would have to go to the State Department of Commerce, who then, there's a whole thing behind that. Okay. It's my world, so I won't pain you with that.
Okay.
Oops. I would just add that this was our first stab at just providing some ballparks to give some context to think about these, but so the mapping exercise really depends on, the level of detail we go into and the amount of collaboration that we have with other parties like Flow Analytics, and then this college course, whatever they are able to produce, that's great. And that could put that at the lower end of that range. But number three, to be honest, we struggled a little bit with like, what would this process entail? Although the process for adding species to the list of local importance is kind of routinely codified around the region, I have not ever helped a jurisdiction update that list, and I'm not aware of anyone else at the firm who's worked on that. So it's a new process to us, and we'd want to be sure that we did it at an appropriate level of rigor. And I do question what that would look like given the work that the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife already routinely does to generate their list. So I think we'd want to approach that one with caution, because it can be quite costly, and we'd want to be sure that it's value-added work. And it's hard to project that.
So you could do the advisory habitat map or the habitat study and not open the critical area ordinance like David is talking about?
Correct. As David mentioned, the map is advisory, so it is separate from the ordinance.
So then is there any authority behind those if we just did 2 or 4? Because the authority seems to be around the CAO.
I just unplugged my, yes, those would be adopted as administrative tools, which we have the authority to do. So we would then, as part of the development permitting process, utilize the map as a first cut. And then if there is an association or it is within proximity or within an area identified as habitat, then we would utilize the functional assessment model to require that a habitat assessment be done. The challenge here also, and I want to be really clear about this, is that this then applies to all development activity. And the challenge is how do you fine tune its application, because we then end up with community members coming up to the podium here talking about how expensive it is to remove a tree because they're in a habitat area and they had to do a habitat assessment. So it is really challenging from an administrator's perspective around how this would play out and how it would work. I'm all for tightening up how we apply our habitat regulations in the city. I think we have very good habitat regulations. I think addition of a few new tools to implement our rules would go a long way.
Would you, by doing a habitat study, would you necessarily have to do the advisory habitat map?
Sorry, so when you say the habitat study, do you mean number four?
If you do number 4, do you necessarily get also number 2, or the
I feel like, okay, that's a good question. So if we did a complete habitat study, I would think that would generate
Yeah, that would cover something at least
Yeah.
of similar quality.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there with us. I am, when I look at those options, obviously, number one, I'm in favour of. I think you guys did great work on revising our critical area ordinance, and obviously would like to see that as it stands. I would be in favour of option 2, the advisory map. I think anything that would give our staff extra tools to help enforce the critical areas ordinance that we have, and to give clarity to developers about, no, this is what we're looking for and this is what we need you to show us, so that we don't have that back and forth and you're not left in those kind of legal limbos. And so I would be really in favour of option 2. And I am in favour of that whole concept of wildlife corridors. I love that map and those 3 maps that you showed, and it seems like it appears from just that cursory glance that I had that there seems to be rather a lot of connected areas in our city that wildlife can manoeuvre throughout the city quite easily, or well, maybe not quite easily, but currently they can. But it looks like we have some area for opportunity as well. The only concern that I have, and we heard from members of the public tonight, and I actually went to visit their site not that long ago. I'm concerned about any of these things that will have unnecessary or unintended consequences, particularly on individual homeowners who are trying to rebuild, or even trying to put a modest extension on their house, maybe an extra bedroom or expanding a patio. And next thing, like you say, they have to do a report on a tree that they need to take out, and it adds to their project dramatically. It's one thing what it might do to a large developer, but it has serious impacts, and as you know, David, on individuals who are trying to just rebuild their home or do a small addition to it so they can age in place. And that's the kind of thing that I really would like us to avoid. And also putting the city in situations where we're in danger of taking somebody's land and saying, no, you may not develop this land, because everybody has a right, in my opinion, to develop their land and do with it as they wish within the confines of development regulations. Lots of people over the years have bought properties in Sammamish, and I'm assuming it's tied up in their retirement plans and et cetera, and I would not like to have any regulations that get in the way of individuals who are relying on this as part of future income. So I would be in favour of option 2, to give our staff more tools to enforce our already robust critical areas ordinance. I just do not want, and I take James Eastman's comments about developers do really want to be involved in the establishing of wildlife corridors and helping our natural areas, but that I'm concerned about penalties of that and those unintended consequences. So that's why I'd be in favour of option 2.
Councilmember Lamb.
So I support option one. I think we have really strong critical areas regulations, and so I support option one. What I do find really interesting about this conversation is that Bellevue and Redmond both have wildlife habitat studies, and these are two cities that have grown tremendously and are still continuing to grow. Redmond's growth target is 24,000. And so, they can develop and yet they can still, protect their wildlife. And so to me, it's not an either or situation. They can both coexist. And that just means we have to build better. And that means we have to build taller and we have to build denser to protect our wildlife corridors. And to me, that takes us back to town center. What Bellevue and Redmond has also shown is that they can, like I said, they can have the wildlife protections and they are also building. And so to me, that shows that they are prioritizing both. And for us to have this discussion now, I see it more in terms of exclusionary environmentalism, which is basically giving a benefit to a certain group of people, particularly homeowners, and while harming another group of people, which are people that don't have a place to live, people that don't have affordable housing. And this is, to me, what this discussion is about. So I am in favor of option one. Thank you.
Councilmember Trainer.
Thank you, Mayor Amato. So first, David Pyle. So the initial ask from the council was to see if there was a Scribner or an error in the code or in whether large mammals were just left out. So I think it's Nell stated that the list provided, those animals are not a part of that list. And so am I correct in assuming then that they were not, it was not an error in language or word, a Scribner error?
Correct, yeah. And just to clarify, the code as it's written now has the species of local importance list, but the paragraph above also includes any others that are on that Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife priority habitats and species list that are not listed below. So it's a comprehensive code update, and I know, Sam, you double checked and those mammals are not
on it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sam and Nell, for your work in that, because that really was the issue here. Whether other council members think differently, they can have their opinion. But the reality was, the ask was if this was a Scribner error or something that was left out. So what you're telling us is that's the case. All right. So to me, that's you don't need to change our current adopted regulations then. Is that, Dave, are we clear? Am I clear on that one?
That's one of the options here, and I think we're seeking feedback from you all on that exact question. So yep.
Okay, so I think the rest of the council probably agrees with me on that there's no need to change the regulations as currently adopted, especially when it comes to bear, bobcat, and I'll call them cougar, mountain lion, puma, whatever. Okay, second one is because that was really the issue. So the rest of this to me was like extra work. So thank you first and foremost, thank you for going above and beyond the call of duty here, Dave and Sam and Neil and our planning commissioners too, to actually take a look at and say, hey, how could the city do something better? Because we already have in our GMA and in our in the laws, federal, state, local, King County, and even a municipality called Sammamish, the city in which we live in, we have rules already in place that protect habitat in the form of wetland streams, buffers, and that such. I've spent, I don't know how, countless hours designing a wildlife corridor map. Your purple one there looks very similar to mine. If I bring my map in, the one I've been sharing and been creating with the help of people at Coffee with Council and other places, that's very close to what my map looks like. So I appreciate that. I think that is our existing critical areas map. And therefore, at this point, the whole idea of anyone talking about regulations that wouldn't allow somebody to do something on their property is invalid. Because if I think it was Nell who also said that there is everyone who owns property in the city of Sammamish, whether encumbered or not, has a reasonable use permit ability to get a reasonable permit or reasonable use permit. Is that correct, David?
That is correct. And if there might be limited instances where that's not attainable, in which case the city would be faced with acquisition of that property.
Right. And in that point, it would be acquisition of that property and paying fair market value for that property, correct?
Correct, which would generally be low because the highest and best use of that property is not much at that point, right? Conservation.
Okay, yeah, because at this point, I'd like to remind council that this is a study session and that the term is acquisition, and any other terms would require us to go to executive session and have a conversation. And I don't believe Carrie Sand is in the room at this time. Is that correct, Mayor? That Carrie Sand is not in the room at this time?
She's not here. No.
Yeah, so let us just be reminded that for legal reasons, as representatives of the city of Sammamish, the term is acquisition of land. The next thing, David, that I wanted to talk about was that
Councilmember Trini, if I could interrupt, we're bumping up 3 minutes to the end of our meeting here, and we need a motion to extend.
I move that we extend for another 30 minutes to 10:30.
Moved and seconded to extend to 10:30. I'm sorry, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? None. Perfect. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So my last point, though, is the one thing that I was a little unclear about, David, is I'm all for number 2 because the map is already there. So, I mean, finalize it. Just finalize the map, and we can have that sometime in May or June, probably no later than July, depending on who's doing how many people will have to get involved in the actual finalization of it and signing off on it. So I'm all for spending that money. The one thing I wasn't clear about is the Bellevue, the project you did with Bellevue and that particular flyer or piece of material that could go to developers to help them understand what they can build on the site or that particular piece of property that they own. Is that are you saying is that on this list? Or is that separate and we can do that for probably part of that number 2 number?
Yeah, I would say it's not on this list, but yeah, it's just.
Thanks.
Yeah,
perfect. Okay, so I'm in favor of 1 and 2, similar to my fellow council member Roshina Farrow. Thank you very much for your time, and I would definitely, David, be interested in looking along with the other council members as to what Bellevue is doing. I'm not exactly impressed with Bellevue's skylines and the amount of growth that's gone on in that city and the lack of preservation of their natural environment, but I do understand that it can go hand in hand. Thank you.
I will say that the literature review is really well done, and it is really interesting to read and is very informative about some of the complexities and challenges of urban wildlife habitat.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
All right. So I do have a question about number 4 and by reference to Bellevue. What would the result be for Sammamish if we were to to do that?
So as I understand it, and I can be corrected here because sometimes I'm off, is that if we did number 1 and number 2, and then we did a number 2.5, which was to adopt by reference the Bellevue Urban Wildlife Functional Assessment Model, that would help us frame out how habitat studies are done in order to make sure we're getting the right information from developers, that could be done as a simple 2 ways. One is simply adopted as an administrative tool. We don't even need to amend the code. We just simply say this is a tool we're going to use, and you need to use this as the process to provide that. It'd be better if we did a 1-string amendment in the code that said that when habitat is found or anticipated to be present, that habitat report shall be provided following the Bellevue Urban Wildlife Habitat Functional Assessment Model.
Yeah, it could. Yes, I have ideas on where it could fold in, but yes.
So that would be a very low cost thing. It doesn't require spooling up the entire GMA critical areas update machine. Instead, it's really a surgical code amendment that is adding a reference to an administrative tool that we use for the purpose of permitting.
So I get the outcome that I am interested in is maintaining these wooded connections between properties, not necessarily stopping development from it, but just working with the developer to make sure that we're not creating islands and we've got land bridges basically between parcels that are currently connected but might fall outside of our current critical areas. Is that an end state that would happen with this or not?
That's a good question. I guess I'll chime in with my thoughts on that. And what comes to mind is King County has, and it's probably not very accurate. I mean, you could, it's old. It's based on outdated information, but they have a wildlife habitat network that you can see on their interactive GIS map. And when that is present on a property, I've encountered this when working in King County. There is extra scrutiny on maintaining some sort of wildlife corridor and assessing where that is in proximity to your project and the property. And I guess that's an example of how these advisory maps have the power to really improve oversight and consideration of habitat when going through permit reviews.
Okay, so if I may rephrase what I heard, is that adopting by reference Bellevue's, whatever it's called, I forget, would not necessarily result in what I described as what I am envisioning in my head as the result of this work.
Right, so I would agree with that.
Okay.
I think that there is a partner project down the line, which is kind of already queued up, is it's you would partner the map with the tree code update. And you would identify that in areas identified as habitat corridors or habitat, that you could, on this map, the purple areas generally, or even the purple and dark green, I think, would be the ones you would be looking at, would be an additional limitation or requirement on tree retention, and possibly even a requirement related to, some cities have gone to tree credits. So if you were in these areas, you'd have to have a certain number of tree credits on your property, which would mean that if you were deforested, you would have to replant when you were undergoing a certain action like a remodel or something. And what that would do is it would start to address some of those gaps in the corridor that exist. So you would start to see that character that you're talking about develop over time, that natural wooded character would be something that you would see over time, but that would be partnered necessarily with a tree code update down the line, which is queued up. We're going to be working on it once we have time, but.
Okay, so I heard it would be the map, so item 2, and then additional work at UFMP. Okay,
That would be it. And you're going to be hearing more about our urban canopy pretty soon. I know that one of my counterparts, Rose, has been working on some canopy analysis. And I think you're going to see some fascinating information come your way pretty soon.
Okay.
That'll help inform you on that as well.
So I also want to mention understory, and public comment is very important. Karen Herring, I remember all those from when I was in the Planning Commission and you coming and talking to us about protecting understory as part of the UFMP, and that connects with this. So it was heard and it's going to be, listened to many years later. But anyway, just a quick little thing about public comment and how much I enjoy it.
Mary Johnson as well has also commented on that same topic.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we had
Jan Bird as
several
well,
people.
yes.
Okay, so I guess for direction here, I like item 2, and then it sounds like what I'm looking for, you've described. So I don't know how other people feel about that, but I don't think at this moment you've received clear direction about what the Planning Commission is doing next, or you're doing next.
My understanding is a 2.5, and basically it's finalize the map. I mean, I'm trying to listen to all the perspectives, so I'm going to tell you what I'm hearing, and if somebody could make a motion and pass this back, I'd appreciate it. If it actually is what you want to do, there's a 2.5 here that would be finalize the advisory habitat map for the city and to incorporate additional administrative tools to improve the implementation of the city's existing critical areas rules as adopted.
I think this side, I don't know what this side thinks or the people online. So it probably would help. We have a couple lights on, so I don't want to ignore the fact that there might be more questions, but I would put a pin in that explanation because there might be a motion that says what David said.
You might want to write that down for somebody. It's late.
Okay, Councilmember O'Farrell, you were actually next up. Okay, and then Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. David,
I'm sorry, you were...
just a super quick question. When we use the word developer, is there a way down the road to define what we mean by that? Because it's still on my mind about our homeowner developers or single projects, and if there's a way of kind of, protecting or kind of playing out if there would be unintended consequences for our current residents who are working on small home remodels, how that they may be somehow required to do extra work as a result of this. So, yeah.
The only way I've really seen that called out is multiplication. So when you're multiplying units, that you would be required to undergo that type of scrutiny. But if you're building out one-to-one, whether it's an addition or whether it's a vacant lot that you're building on and one unit on that lot, then there'd be a different standard that would apply. It's challenging because we're looking at habitat, and any development could impact habitat.
Right.
Any tree removal could impact habitat. I remember the years of bald eagle tree removal permitting, and that was extremely challenging because we had people that might need to remove a tree for various reasons, but there was a bald eagle nest in the tree and they couldn't remove the tree.
Yeah. I just have it's just constantly I think about it, about making, because obviously as we're all experiencing in our own personal lives, the increasing cost of everything. And I'm just aware of, unwittingly increasing the cost to individual homeowners who are developing on their site. So I just want to kind of keep that kind of individual in front of our mind as opposed to somebody who's developing a short plat or a large plat or sub area, whatever it might be.
So that's something we could task the Planning Commission with helping us on.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember.
Was Michael next?
No,
Okay.
you're up next.
Okay, great. One question that just occurred to me, if we deem things habitat or a habitat corridor or wildlife corridor, does that mean we can't use it for people corridors like trails?
Yeah, that's a good question. And there are new habitat corridor requirements, as I mentioned, for certain wetlands. If you have a moderate to high habitat score and you're in proximity to other wetlands or streams, and there's an area available that can be left intact and protected, there's review criteria in the code. But long story short, there are certain allowances for trails in critical areas, but they are treated as impacts and require mitigation, and there are certain limitations as opposed to placement and width, and sometimes surface substrate, depending on, if it's just a pedestrian trail versus an ADA trail. So I guess, sorry to be long-winded, but I feel like there's a lot to consider.
Sure.
But if someone establishes a habitat corridor between a wetland and a stream, for example, in trade for a smaller buffer on that feature, then that would be part of the protected critical area. So there are certain instances where it would be a protected critical area.
The code already has a framework for that. right?
Yes, the code does currently have a framework for that.
So I just want to make sure whatever we do, we don't unnecessarily restrict the ability for trails. Because when we look at that map, that's great that we can see that we have a place for the wildlife to move around. But if we look at our multimodal map, it's not as connected, not nearly. And one of the best ways for us to protect the environment and to protect nature and all of that is to find ways for humans to move around our city without driving in their cars. And we know that we have some places where you could walk or ride your bike, if only there was a little connection there. We've heard, back-to-back connections of cul-de-sacs and things like that, instead of it being like, it's just over there, I have to go a mile around, right? And so I just want to be really careful because, again, unintended consequences is that if we make things too strict in one side, right? If we turn, as you like to say, David, if we turn this dial too far, we've suddenly cut off another really important environmental tool. And giving people means to move around without being in their cars, to me, is a huge positive tool. And I think it protects wildlife at the end of the day, too, in a lot of different ways. So I just want to make sure that we're not going to do something new here, that we don't already have, that's going to restrict our people trails in addition to our our people corridors. Because we're wildlife technically, aren't we? We're all mammals. We do have we should add mammals to our list. We should add humans on our list of important species of important local concern. So I just want to make sure whatever we do, we don't do that. That would be, I think, tragic on a number of levels.
Deputy Mayor, did I see your hand go up?
You did. I wanted to agree with Rasheen's concern about people that are just, it's highly unlikely that someone doing an addition is going to impact a wildlife corridor, but it is possible. So I do share her concern to be not punitive on individuals who are just, doing a modification to their existing home. Anyway, if you want a motion, I didn't catch all the right words that David put together, but I would move that we adopt the recommended item number 2, and then authorize the staff to create whatever additional tools that they have described that would be useful in administering a habitat map for the city.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I just want to clarify your intent is basically what you're wanting what David had described to us 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was well described.
Perfect. Never better. Okay. Any discussion? Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think we all know what we're doing.
Okay. Any discussion?
I have a question. Yes. So, David, in your motion, and Deputy Mayor, we're kind of vague about the tools. Would you come back to us to tell us what those are? Because like we haven't had a chance to read this Bellevue thing. I know you worked on it, so I'm sure it's amazing. But but I feel like before I vote on something, I want to make sure I know what it is I'm voting on. And I feel like your motion is purposefully vague, and that makes me a little bit nervous.
Well, they're generally administrative tools, right? So what we're looking for is a better way to administer the critical areas rules that we have in place to help both community members, neighbors, and property owners, developers all understand and center around a tool, right? That's where this is helpful, because instead of a neighbor thinking this, the city staff thinking this, and a property owner or developer thinking this, we're all in the same space talking about the same thing.
I like tools. I just don't know what this tool is telling anyone.
We'd be happy to, prior to implementation, bring it back and do a presentation when the calendar permits, here pretty soon, and hopefully pretty efficiently as well, because it's pretty late now.
Yeah.
On that, I'd be happy to bring that back.
Yeah, I would be supportive of this motion only if we get to see it before it gets implemented.
So my understanding is it's going back to the Planning Commission. You're going to work on it and come back, or no?
This would not require any work with the Planning Commission, although I think we would want to bring it to them and talk about it just for awareness in the community.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. So with that, we will let Nell and Sam go, and we have two other topics that we'll try and get through really quickly here. I do appreciate you sticking with me.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for coming out here tonight.
Thank you. So the second item from the February meeting is the topic of the quasi-judicial rezone, and whether or not the rezone criteria or requirement that the property is encumbered by no more than 50% of critical areas be eligible for rezones. So I think that the question here is fundamentally, existing rezone criteria do not effectively consider the impacts of properties encumbered by environmental critical areas was the problem statement as we understood it. It's also important to understand that critical areas rules, again, were adopted in fall of 2024, and that we use a net density calculation for development and calculating the number of units on a property. So if you had a critical area, that area that's encumbered by critical area, wetland, stream, buffer, slope, buffer, is deducted from the usable area and is deducted from the density calculation. That's important to remember. The draft code that we brought forward was simply striking the 50% and leaving it at 0. So if you had critical areas on your property, you would not be eligible. Obviously, there is a range of options, whether it be 0% or 100%. You could choose to set that pretty simply, turn the dial, as Councilmember Stewart said. We also made one minor nit, and we wanted, for consistency, we changed E to property instead of parcel, because that is what is set up above. That really is just for consistency. We did a mapping exercise to understand how many properties might be eligible based on residential properties not in the town center, based on their level of encumbrance. There are a variety of assumptions that go into this. We did not look at market factor or developability or availability of water or sewer. This number would go down fairly significantly when you start to factor those in. However, just to understand the range of how many parcels in the city are actually eligible, you can see that with the 50% encumbrance that's currently set in the code, we have about 170 or so parcels that would be eligible for a rezone. This could be R1 to R4, R4 to R6, R6 to R8, any of those combinations. You're only allowed to go up one zone, so you couldn't go from R1 to R6, for example. That is not allowed by the code. We're not proposing to change that. It is important to note that the criteria does also require that you demonstrate availability of water and sewer. And there are many areas in the city that are not sewered, or not planned to be sewered, that are dependent on septic systems. So those would not be eligible as well. So those would come out of that 176 number there. So the range of options are to leave the code as it is currently adopted, remove the 50% condition for critical areas. So that would then say that if you had any critical area on the property, that you would not be eligible for rezone. Or you could set it at 100%, meaning that any amount of critical area on the property, which I wouldn't recommend, would then make it eligible for rezone. So really at this point, we're turning that dial to what the council thinks is appropriate for eligibility for rezones.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, so, I mean, today, I'm assuming that we have R4, R6, R8, or whatever, that have some amount of critical areas on them, yes?
Yes, we do.
So what would be the justification of saying you couldn't upzone if you had any critical, a centimeter of critical area on your property? Because you'd still have to do all of the appropriate mitigations, right? So I guess this feels arbitrary to say if you have any amount of critical areas, you can't upzone.
Yeah, definitely understand that perspective on it. And the other perspective that could be brought forward to counter that, and I'm not trying to side with either, I'm simply trying to talk about the pros and cons, is that it might not be appropriate to put additional density next to a critical area.
Right, but we didn't prevent dense areas next to critical areas already, because we have what we consider to be appropriate mitigations in place to protect them. Because if what we're saying is you shouldn't upzone because you shouldn't put additional density next to critical areas, then we should be saying we don't have appropriate protections to critical areas today. And I don't think that's true. I think what I've heard is we have some incredible, maybe some of the best protections of critical areas in the region. So I'm confused why we would apply this to upzones, but we don't apply it to what was originally zoned in the first place.
It's a policy choice. And on the one hand, if you feel like as a city that we should take extra precaution in adding density to areas that are next to critical areas, then you could choose to set that number higher, right? If on the other hand, that as a matter of policy, we feel, and I don't disagree, that our critical areas rules are very robust, that you could set that number lower, and that it might be appropriate to allow for development to occur on properties because there are adequate critical areas protections to protect the critical areas. It just depends on the public policy perspective. I will note that there are enough that you're still going to have capacity. So we're not, regardless of what you choose here, it's not a matter of whether or not we have adequate capacity in the city for future development.
It's not a capacity issue. It's more feeling like we are arbitrarily applying a rule to one place and not another. And that doesn't seem fair or just to me. So, because it's my understanding that the challenges we have environmentally aren't from new development. It's from the development that happened in the past when we didn't have these kinds of robust rules in place, right? Our stormwater issues aren't because of any new development. The stormwater issues are from all of the stuff that was developed when we had crappy before we were a city or before we had the stormwater rules that we have today. So I don't like policy that feels arbitrary. I like policy based on we're putting this in place because we know, like, we have buffers, and we've done that because the best available science says if you give this much buffer, you're protecting it. And any less than that isn't protection unless you do something else, right? That doesn't feel arbitrary. That feels science-based, and this feels arbitrary.
And we've set up the opportunity for that direction here on that public policy
And
choice.
if I heard you correctly, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I heard you correctly, you feel that we have very robust critical area protections in place.
I do. I also will say that this new future land use map and rezone opportunity is something that's new to the city, and that it does take time for the community to understand how it works. And we've been having some great email exchanges with some community members about the future land use map and the rezone criteria and how it all works. And I think it's been, whether or not they agree with it, enlightening to them to understand how this works. So on the one hand, as a matter of public policy choice, you could choose to limit for now the number of sites that are eligible in order to soft launch this, and that over time you could choose to turn that dial to increase the number of sites that are eligible for it.
But the 50% gives us a chance to kind of see it both ways and to see if we need to adjust it. If we go to 0, then we don't know if, right? I mean, I feel like if we're going to be arbitrary, going down the middle feels less arbitrary somehow than picking, the whatever. So
it works in bowling.
What's that? It works in bowling, right down the middle. We got to have a little curve on it, but yes. All right. Thanks, David. I appreciate your insights.
We have 5 minutes left, Council. I believe we have one more topic with David and then another one after this. So I would, a motion to extend.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Given the lateness of the evening, we could always bump the contracts conversation to another night.
Okay.
So as you're picking a time for how long you want to extend, I just wanted to offer that. If you choose to take us up on that, maybe shrink it down a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, we do have another item on the council reports that we do need to talk about tonight. So 30 minutes to extend to 11, if anyone would like to make that motion.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. No discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 5-2. Okay, Deputy Mayor, I cut you off.
I know you had to. That's okay. I had a question, David. I think I know the answer, but I just want to be sure. This is to allow a quasi-judicial rezone, which is basically determined by the hearing examiner. And so, is there another option for is there another option for a property owner if they were prevented under this? They wouldn't get the automatic, or I'll call it automatic, but they wouldn't get the rezone just with the hearing examiner. Is there another option they have to be able to pursue a rezone? Or is this the only way they can have a rezone?
Yes, it'd be a site-specific legislative rezone that would have to be docketed.
Okay. So there is another option, but it would have to be docketed.
Correct.
Which would take another year, right? Well, yeah.
Which is the old method that we had. The example is the Santoni rezone that we had.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just speak. I think the 50% is what feels really arbitrary, because that's a very large amount of your property that is encumbered. 50% to only have half your property unencumbered is to me really significant. But I think 0 is also maybe too punitive, and so I would suggest that we move it down to 20%. So that's a fairly significant encumbrance, but it's not 50%, which is just way too high. So that's my preference.
For clarity, that would mean that no more than 20% of the property is encumbered by critical areas.
Correct.
Councilmember Trine, I don't see your hand up, but I want to make sure you.
Yeah, if you don't mind to move this along, I move to select option number 3 to modify the eligible critical 50% encumbrance maximum to 20% for topic 2 with the font. There you go. Sorry. No amendments.
Second.
Councilmember Trine, would you like to speak to your motion?
No. Not at this time.
Okay, I've got Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, David, is there a size on here? Because again, sure, 50% sounds like a lot, but if you have a really big piece of property, and it's, 50% over there, right? You can still have the buffers. I could see it if it's like my piece of property, which is tiny, and 50% were encumbered. That would be challenging, right? But is there a size thing? I know when we did some of the stormwater stuff, we dealt with that as well.
Yeah, there is a size scale as well that we want to make sure you have a buildable lot that remains. So you'd have to show that you have a minimum lot size for the standard lot size for the zone that you're going to. So if you're going from R1 to R4, and I guess this one shouldn't even show R1 because you're not rezoning to R1, so you could strike that row. But if you're rezoning from R1 to R4, you'd have to demonstrate that you have 10,890 square feet of buildable area.
Total or per?
Just total. Like, that's a minimum requirement. We're not going to rezone someone up to that zone who does not have adequate land area for the minimum lot size or the standard lot size for that zone.
So in this case, if I had a lot that was just 10,890 square feet, I could upzone. But if I had a lot that was 21,000 square feet and 10,000 of it was critical area, I would not.
That's correct. Because the resultant.
But if my 10,890 square foot was next to a critical area, I'd still be able to do it.
Say that again.
So if I had a lot that was 10,890 square feet and I was next to a critical area, but it was not on my property, I'd be able to upzone to R4.
That's correct.
But if I had 21,000 square feet and that 10,000 square feet of critical area was on my property, I wouldn't be able to, even though I would have 11,000 square feet of buildable property.
Because it's more than the percentage.
Because
right?
it just happens to be on my property and not just next to my property.
Right.
That feels really arbitrary again.
There is another, as the deputy mayor points out, there is another process that you're eligible to pursue. It takes a little longer.
A little. It's like years. A little. I'm old, David. I don't have that kind of time, man. Okay. I mean, I get that we don't want to just open the floodgates, but I don't understand like why 20% is less arbitrary than 50. And again, I'm just struggling with, did we experience, is this a problem we're trying to solve? Like, why are we doing this now, right? Like, didn't we kind of just implement some of this and we haven't really taken it for a spin yet?
We are taking it for a spin, and in some instances, we're receiving quite a bit of community feedback. In other instances, hardly any at all.
Right, but community feedback, but not because something bad happened, just because people don't like it.
Well, the rezone doesn't actually cause for development.
Right.
The rezone is a non-project action.
Right.
The development rules are applied at the point of a development proposal based on the zone that you're in at that time.
So there's community feedback because people are worried that something bad might happen in the future.
There has been stated concern from community members that properties that have been proposed for rezone may not be appropriate.
How long have we had the current code in place?
Since January 1 of 2025.
So just barely a year.
Correct. And I believe we have, don't quote me on this, but 5 rezone applications underway. One of them is larger than others. And that's off 4th Street here, just right down the road. There are others that are smaller one-off rezones.
So we have 5 in process and we're already changing it, but we don't even know the outcomes of those.
There has not been development that has been proposed on those properties that have been either rezoned or are in process of rezoning.
Okay, so again, we're solving a problem that may not exist yet.
We haven't gotten to the point where development rules are applied.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Lamb.
So based on what David just said, I'd like to leave code as currently adopted, just to see how things play out. I see this again as another way to prevent affordable housing or housing in general or any sort of development. I consider this a taking, and, you know, this is just devaluing people's land.
Point of order.
State your point.
If we're going to use a term that requires legal to involve in the conversation, then we need to go to executive session. So don't use the word taking. It creates a legal challenge that would be very unadvised by legal if they were sitting in the room. So please refrain from that use of the term and use the term acquiring.
Councilmember Trina, I understand your point. I am not well versed enough in legal to know if that is, I just don't know, but I would ask that we just continue on in the conversation. Councilmember Lamb, were you? Okay. Okay, I don't know. I've got a philosophical issue with changing this. Is the Planning Commission going to be reviewing this again and taking a look at the, what happens?
It would be, yes. This would go back to Planning Commission in order to formulate a recommendation.
Okay, so what, I guess, why didn't it go, what was the Planning Commission's response when they heard that this was an idea? Why didn't it come back to us with a recommended adjustment at that point?
So the Planning Commission had a really good conversation on this, and if I could summarize it, I would say that they were erring on the side of, we have robust critical areas rules, and we should not restrict the rezone based on that. We should let the critical areas rules do their job.
Okay. I have the rezone is not the point where the project is where our critical areas and development regulations apply. And if we don't feel they're strong enough, then that's a different conversation. I don't like the idea of not rezoning somebody and then their neighbor is able to rezone simply because the property line was drawn randomly correctly for them to be able to do that. The net density regulations we have are very strong for protecting of these critical areas. I understand the concern that I've heard from community members about this, and rezoning is the first step, but then the protection comes during the development or the action of the development. Since this is going to the Planning Commission for their recommendation back to us, I'm considering voting to make the change simply because I would like to get their solid feedback and an actual recommendation from them. I watched the video and I didn't see them take a vote on it. There was just kind of a conversation. And then from there I can make a much better educated decision on it based on them actually diving into more of the details and getting their thoughts. So I don't want to end the conversation because I think there's a lot of people rightly concerned. But I also have a philosophical issue with actually making the change. But I would support the motion just to keep the conversation going with the Planning Commission. Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion, which is that I move that we send this topic back without a specific number back to the Planning Commission for an official recommendation.
I believe that would be in conflict with the motion on the floor.
Okay, well then I'd like to ask my fellow council members that we don't do the Planning Commission's job for them. That typically, if we were going to do a policy like this, we would ask them to come forward with a policy and then we would vote on it, not that we would give them a number and then ask them for the recommendation. So I'd like to follow the proper procedure on this.
I believe it was Councilmember Trine that made the motion. If you'd like to, you're within your rights.
Call for the question.
Okay, the question's been called. All those in favor of moving to a vote. This is a call on the question, which means we are voting to move voting to move to an actual vote. I believe we require 5 votes to do that. Do you, Mr. City Manager?
You're taxing my memory on that, Mayor.
Okay.
It is the vote to take the vote.
It is correct.
Yeah.
But I believe to cut debate, you need 5 votes to do that.
You might be ahead of me on that one.
Okay, I will say it's 5 votes. Okay, all those in favor of calling the question, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 5-2. Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, which was to, Councilmember Chin, I believe it was to drop it to 20%. Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, you made the motion. It was to modify the eligibility criteria, 50% encumbered maximum to 20%.
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
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 Motion carries 4-3.
Is it possible to get, just for our own education, I don't totally understand the ruling of my amendment was in conflict with the original motion. I'm not saying you're wrong,
Because it was indirect, the numbers were completely different. So had it been an amendment to say,
it said 25% and that wouldn't be in conflict. That would be a valid amendment.
it's a good question. I still believe it's in conflict.
Okay, I just want to get educated. I'm not asking us to go back and relitigate this. I would just like to understand that going forward.
It's fair. Carrie Sand, if you are watching this at some point at 10:41, we would love your thoughts.
So, because I guess my other question, Mr. Mayor, especially since you were on the Planning Commission, wouldn't we normally ask the Planning Commission to come forward with a recommendation? We wouldn't give them a number?
I believe I've seen it both ways.
Okay.
Come to us with direct, explicit instructions.
Okay.
I think the commission will talk about it. And if they want to recommend something different, they will. But this is a starting place for them. And basically what it's saying is that we do have concern about appropriateness of density, and we do want to talk about that. And they can debate it and come up with a recommendation.
All right, I think we're ready for the next item.
Topic 3, exemptions to inclusionary affordable housing program. The city's inclusionary affordable housing program requires 10% of all new housing be affordable and provides options for how that requirement is met, including a fee in lieu. A fee in lieu is required for fractional units, including new development that adds square footage to existing structures over 1,500 square feet. And this is an important tool within the city's toolkit for realizing affordable housing. And it is also a part of our HB 1220 compliance approach, where we are required to plan for, accommodate, remove barriers to, incentivize, and importantly, address the funding gap related to delivery of deep affordable units in following our affordable housing allocation. Not a growth target, allocation. So I do want to highlight that this is an important tool as part of that housing toolkit. I call it the housing ecosystem, and want to keep that in mind when we're talking about how these tools all interface with each other for compliance with HB 1220. The issue statement, as we understand it, is the fee in lieu is creating a barrier for those looking to modify or add to their existing homes to allow them to age in place. And I will also add to that, or those whose home has been damaged by an act of nature and who are looking to rebuild with a modest expansion, or for those who are looking to add some additional functionality with a modest expansion, or those who are simply looking to renovate their home that includes a modest expansion. So I think the point of tension has been, as I understand it, with those who are trying to add 500 square feet to their home, 800 square feet to their home, 200 square feet to their home, that then puts it above, or maybe it already was above, the 1,500 square foot threshold, and that they are then required to pay the fee in lieu at the $34.45 per square foot. So the challenge is that we're looking at whether or not we should change the exemptions to accommodate that, so that those projects are no longer required to pay that. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Just a little bit of background. The amount secured since this was put in place on January 1st of 2025 has been $127,000 across 8 projects. There's addition and remodels were 6 of those and 2 new single-family residences. Looking back at the permit numbers 22, 23, 24, and 25, you can see the types and numbers of projects listed. We've used this in the past to forecast how much money we might collect. And I've been asked in the past, well, how does this inclusionary affordable housing program work? What is the city's inclusionary affordable housing trust fund then used for? Recall that the city council back in April of 2025 set an affordable housing policy and alongside an affordable housing program and affordable housing fee as part of the city's fee schedule. And this is an example of a project in Bellevue about how Bellevue's affordable housing program interplays with other stacked financing. So when considering how the funding works is it provides a local share that then makes the city eligible and competitive to receive other funds such as the Washington Housing Trust Fund, Amazon Housing Philanthropy dollars, Microsoft Housing Philanthropy dollars, Arch Housing Trust Fund dollars. And what this then does is it makes us a competitive grant applicant and amplifies our local share towards that. There are lots of different sides to this type of program. I understand that there are some that really don't agree with this approach. Some of our planning commissioners are included in that. However, this is a type of program that can result in land economics working to our favor in order to help us get the types of housing we need in the city alongside funding to also help us become more competitive for some deeper affordable housing towards compliance with our affordable housing requirements. If we were to remove this program from the city's code, we would then have to find alternative ways to address that prong listed in HB 1220 that is addressing the funding gap. And we would likely then have to allocate general fund dollars towards affordable housing. So the choice is to let development pay for development and have development pay for affordable housing alongside grant dollars and other funding sources, or the city could choose to earmark funding in our general fund towards affordable housing that would then address the funding gap issue raised as part of HB 1220. Hope I got that all right. The proposal here would allow us to retain the program in its functional form, but would look to provide some additional exemptions for smaller projects that are aging in place, active nature expansion projects, functionality expansion projects, or remodel expansion projects. And the ask here is whether we should bring this back to the Planning Commission and what types of projects or what size of projects specifically the Planning Commission should start to consider in formulating their recommendation on this topic.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, so a couple of things we considered when we originally passed this. So first of all, I'm completely supportive of this program. The program isn't just to be targeted at developers. Part of affordable housing is maintaining existing market rate affordable housing stock. And we know that larger houses cost more generally. So I'm completely supportive of this program in general. We considered looking at 1,500 square feet and changing that to 1,750. So again, I would rather not go to the Planning Commission with a proposal. I would rather go to them with maybe some options for them to review and come back to us with a proposal. But I would be willing to look at saying that it should be 1,750 square feet instead of 1,500. And I would like to define a modest expansion, because 800 square foot expansion does not sound modest to me, which is just in you rattling off examples, right? So I think a modest expansion probably needs to be a percentage of the current home size, or some, not to exceed a certain number. again, you know how I like math, but I just, I think a 200 or 250 square foot addition maybe, but when you get up to 500 and 800 square feet, that's no longer a modest expansion. That's pretty large. So I want to be careful that we don't completely gut the purpose of this program. We already put an exception in that if you had to rebuild because of a disaster, then you weren't subject to this. It's only if you wanted to rebuild something larger. And we could certainly look at if they were rebuilding and they were going to put an expansion on, we could look at something like only charging them for the expanded part and not the entire house, right? So they could rebuild their, whatever, if it was a 2,000 square foot house, they could rebuild the 2,000 square foot and the fee would not be applicable to the first 2,000 square feet, but it would be applicable to everything above that.
It currently does say that.
Okay, that's
So,
what I
yeah,
thought.
yeah.
So folks who are coming in and saying, hey, we're getting charged, tens of thousands of dollars, sounds like they're doing a fairly large expansion to their rebuild. So I want to be really careful, right? That this isn't meant so much as a penalty, but as a way to make sure that we're not taking existing affordable housing stock and turning it into unaffordable housing. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not comfortable with this renovation, with this revision.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. David, I really don't know which option is the right one, other than to say that the family that we heard from tonight, I would really like to make sure that situations like that don't occur in our city. Their house experienced like a catastrophic event. And yes, they want to put a small addition onto their house. And I just feel like the extra fee that they're paying is really, I have great sympathy for that particular situation. And there are people who want to age in place and have lived here for over 40 years anyhow. And those are the kinds of residents I would like them to be able to remain in Sammamish and rebuild their house. Their foundations have been cracked and it's a lot of work. So I'm not sure which option that would fit under, but I would like the Planning Commission to kind of look at scenarios of that type. Not necessarily that they have to take this one particular scenario, but to look at situations of that type and see how can we ensure that that's the kind of thing that doesn't happen, because the fee in lieu is not, it was not my intention at least to create a scenario like that. I fully support funding affordable housing, and the fee in lieu is one of those tools that we have, but it wasn't also then to kind of penalize individual residents when they need to make changes or rebuild a home that's been devastated by a bomb cyclone that literally ripped the whole thing off its foundation. So how can we direct Planning Commission to kind of look at unintended consequences and try to ensure that we're considering that and we're protecting our residents from that kind of situation?
Yes, it's a really challenging topic where we're trying to set thresholds. We're trying to do that with some of the options here. On the one hand, you leave it as it currently is. It already has a threshold that's set there.
Yeah.
You could raise the base of 1,500 to 1,750. So any unit under 1,750, if you had a 1,200 square foot house and you were, or I guess, let's make the math easy, 1,250 square foot house and you were adding 500 square feet, you'd still be under the threshold. Anything over that, if you had a 1,000 square foot house and you were adding 1,000 square feet, well, you'd only pay it on 250 square feet then, because then that's only the 250 square feet over. But then any home that is over 1,750 already and is adding square footage would always pay it. So that then comes into play as well, that aging in place exemption. So if we end up with multi-tiered exemptions, well, how do you define aging in place? Yeah. How do you define? So that's where we get into more of a making it binary and not objective and not subjective, where it's 500 square feet, one time 500 square foot expansion.
Is there a way then of and I think I'd heard language about it a few minutes ago about when we have like a natural disaster, Is there a way of putting language in there that we could protect homeowners in that regard?
Right. So the natural disaster one is interesting, and as I've come to understand it, the challenge with a smaller home that gets destroyed is it doesn't make financial sense to rebuild it in the same size. Because at that point you're investing back into your home at that level. You should really bring it into a market standard, right? It's you're not doing yourself a favor in terms of investment to actually build the home back in that size. I'm being told my battery's low. So there's a wide range of options. One of the challenges with the Planning Commission, I want to make sure everyone's aware, is that there is disagreement within the commission and there is not a consensus about this program generally. Okay. If you asked the commission, should we have an inclusionary affordable housing program, that at least 3 of the commissioners would say no, we should cancel the program altogether. So this becomes a very difficult conversation for the commission. I feel like it's not plugged in. That's not plugged in. And so what's going on is that it becomes a very difficult conversation because they are arguing or debating, debating the premise of the program altogether, and they're not able to move past that and talk about this specific thing, which is why we're looking for more specific feedback on this so that they can frame their conversation. And I would say number one is are we intending to keep the program altogether? And I would caution against removing it because we then have a whole other approach to compliance that we have to pursue. So that's one side to it. Thank you. So if we are keeping the program, then helping the commission move past that to then talk about fine-tuning the program specifically related to additions and what size of addition and under what circumstances additions should be exempted from paying the fee. Because that is what I understand to be the task at hand is when should additions related to acts of nature, related to rebuilds from acts of nature, related to aging in place, related to operational functionality of your home, be exempted from having to be subjected to the fee?
Well, I would say how I feel about that I am in favor of keeping the fee in lieu, but I would like to see an exemption in there for natural disasters.
Okay, Council, we have 3 minutes left.
I have a proposal. We might be able to wrap this up.
We still have public comment.
Oh, damn.
So I would entertain a motion from someone to extend to a time that will get us done.
I move to extend to 11:10.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay, Councilmember Boyer, you're up next.
Got it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would say, and I didn't think the program was being questioned here. I thought it was just the exemption. So
I'm merely saying that the direction to the commission is important because if we don't get the direction right for them, they're going to spend most of their time debating the assumption of the program itself.
Got it. Okay. Well, it seems to me that, like you said, we're following what we need to move affordable housing forward. So again, I'm going to talk about the exemptions because I think we need the program. I would say that if I think about essential nexus and rough proportionality, I think we're vulnerable here. If you're going to cite Nolan versus California Coastal Commission and Dolan versus City of Tigard, I think that the overall extradition or this fee it must have a legitimate connection and be proportional to the project's burden, and I think this does that. So I think it protects us in that way, and so I would go for the third option you have here. And rather than a square footage or like a number there, I think maybe a percentage may be more appropriate. Like, and now this is going to be arbitrary, like 25% or 50% or something like that. because it's hard to just put a number in there and then we've locked ourselves in. So that's what I would recommend.
Councilmember Lamb.
So if we change the base square footage to 1750, does it make it easier and not have all these exemptions?
It makes it, you still would probably need an exemption. It'll bump it up 250 square feet, but some projects would not qualify because the home is already over that much. So in the case of and I don't know if it's a bad idea to use committee members, so I won't. The person who provided comment about aging in place, their home is already over 1750. So that would not help them.
I do still support the aging in place. However, how do you verify that? Like,
it becomes a thing where you can't control the world. And we have to take their word for it. And because that person could age in place, and then when they're done aging in place, and then somebody else will own the home.
It's late, David.
so what I find kind of interesting is that we've been receiving emails about people not happy with this fee in lieu, but none of the people that have written in have stated what the square footage of their home is and the amount that they want to add on to. So I'm like at a loss in that sense, what's happening.
Some of them are small. So some of them might be a 3,000 square foot home that wants to do a 50 square foot addition, and they have to pay the fee on 50 square feet. And a lot of it is really just disagreeing with the premise behind the program altogether. In that case. And I understand that. I'm not devaluing comment on all sides of this. I want to be clear about that. But what we're trying to do is find our way through all these myriad of regulations and state requirements, et cetera, and fine tune this to a point where we feel like people have the ability to have flexibility to use their homes for certain purposes, but at the same time, the effect that has on land economics and the barrier that presents to affordable housing being developed is a big issue. Because large luxury homes are known to present a huge barrier to affordable housing being built because of land economics.
Right. So I am fine with 1,500. I'm still comfortable to taking up to 1,750 because I still think 1,750 is still a modest size house, and it would lower the burden on the homeowner, but at the same time, it would still keep the program alive. And are there other cities that have created programs that are similar to ours? I think you mentioned Newcastle, or I may be mistaken.
What happened here? Okay, screen share. I was going to pull up a slide where we pulled up a list of cities that had similar programs. So I was doing that and something happened. It's a sign of the times. Time. Let's see.
There you go.
There we go. Yep. So these are comparable cities. I won't say comparable, it's cities that have programs. Redmond had an approach where they phased it in. It's $15 now, and then it goes up to $30 for net additional square footage, for all net additional square footage in 2027. So that dollar amount is comparable to ours, and the reason is that their land economics are different. There's a model that is used to calculate these fees, and based on our land economic inputs, it results in $34 and $34.47 or whatever it was. Redmond's results in $30. You can see that also plays out in Seattle, where they have a varying fee by zone, which varies by land economic inputs. The fee varies. You can see that residential outside downtown in Seattle, it's $10.78 through $50.46. So it does vary. Again, ours is $34.45 a square foot. So these are some of comparable cities. I believe Newcastle just adopted one. I can't remember what it is, although I want to say it's in the teens.
Okay. So I actually took a look at some of the units that we have in in our city and the number of bedrooms. And so 56% of the homes in Sammamish have 4 or more bedrooms. That's a lot. And 12% have 5 or more bedrooms. So I am concerned that people are adding on to smaller, modest homes that are like 2 and 3 and getting up to like much larger units. And like you said, and that we wouldn't be preserving these smaller units, which would be more affordable. So I would be in favor of having Planning Commission taking a look at 1750, like I said, just because I think that's a good compromise. But I do want to keep the fee in lieu as it is now.
Thank you.
Did you already go?
I did.
Okay. Could you go back to the options? No, back. Okay, that might work. No, back one more, please. There we go. I'm fine with looking at increasing the amount from 15 to 1750, some number. Higher than that makes sense. We've got a lot of people moving into Sammamish and they're multi-generational households. And I live in a 1450 square foot home, not including the garage. And I can't imagine having anyone other than my old wife living there with me. That's 2 people is too many for that size. We've got 2 dogs, which has an impact. So looking at a higher number makes sense to me. I am concerned about in D there where you've got units being rebuilt. Why they're being rebuilt, I think, is important. Having it torn down and then building the 3 with 2 of them condominiumized, I don't think that's our intent. I just want to make sure that's not what happens there. So I think to Councilmember O'Farrell's point, pointing out that rebuilt as a cause of some loss to the property would be workable for me, but just because someone ran a bulldozer through it would not be that reason. And then I don't know how you do. I don't know how I feel about a one-time exemption, but because the next person who I think you were making this point, the next person who moved in there might have a different idea. And that's so I don't know what you need from us as far as direction for the council, or just you're going to try to pull this together. So I don't want to leave after all this time you with no better position than you were when you walked in. Councilmember Stewart has a proposal. I just want to go to the people online real quick. Deputy Mayor or Councilmember Trine, did you have any comments? Deputy Mayor.
No. I would just support option Exhibit 2.
Okay, and Councilmember Trine, you said no?
Correct.
Okay, and Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah. So if you're looking for specific direction, and it's awfully late to be coming up with this kind of math, but I propose that we increase the size to 1750, just in general, that we allow a one-time, that we allow ADA modifications, and that how we monitor that is that the plans that they bring forward have to be actual ADA modifications. It can't be just that I'm adding a room, but it has to be like I'm adding ramps, right? Like you can expand the size to do the first floor living, but it has to also include like other things that would go along with that ADA, right? That you would have wider walkways and things like that.
So you would be exempting space added through a reasonable accommodation.
Correct. Yes, that's it. Thank you, David. And then also allow a one-time expansion of a one-time exemption of a 15% addition not to exceed 400 square feet. So anything above 400 square feet. So if you had a really big house and you wanted to put, something on, you're going to have to still pay after that. Because I feel like 400 square feet, if you had a 2-story home and you did like a room on the top and the bottom, and maybe it doesn't even have to be 400, it might even be able to be lower. I would look to you for that. But just that general, and that's kind of incorporating what Councilmember Boyer said with like a percentage. So it's not just a raw number, but then having that not to exceed number, so we're not allowing an already really large house to get really larger. Because I do think the goal of this, in terms of limiting expansions, is to maintain an existing stock of market rate affordable homes.
Did you make a motion? Before you make a motion, we're at 11:09.
Oh, shoot.
So, miscalculation.
I
Would you like to go
move
to
that we
11:30?
Extend to 11:30.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay.
All right, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move that we send to the Planning Commission the following proposed modifications. That we change the floor size, the limit from 1,500 square feet to 1,700 square feet. We allow for reasonable accommodation modifications, and that we allow a one-time exemption to the fee in lieu for expansions up to 15%, not to exceed 400 square feet. And it's a lot of math late at night, sorry.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
I just have a question for David. Does 400 square feet sound like a reasonable top limit? Just
If I was to think about aging in place and some of the functionality that goes along with that, I think it does provide that flexibility.
So,
excellent.
You said 1750.
So it starts, the base number would be 1750, and then the other ones were exemptions. So I wouldn't change D as it's written today, other than to modify it. Like, I wouldn't get rid of all of that. I would put this in instead, if you know what I mean.
Councilmember Lim.
So we just recently, if I recall correctly, we made a one-time exemption for second stories at 300 square feet. Did we not just do that?
That was related to the footprint limit, where we previously had restricted it to 3,000 square feet. And we decided that we would not restrict the footprint size at the ground floor access level, but we would restrict it at the second floor level. So that would necessarily cause the bulking of a building to neck down as it goes up. 3,000 square feet for a second floor is still fairly large.
Okay, I'm not clear that 300 was so that you could
For 3,000, right, is what it was. So that's not related to this. That's related to the footprint related to middle housing regulations. So you would not be limited in how big the footprint of your home is on the ground floor. Although you would still be limited by hardscape requirements, setbacks, floor to area ratios, all of the other zoning controls that are at play.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, does the motion that's on the floor, does that also include an exemption for natural disaster?
The natural disaster exemption already exists. So if your home is destroyed, you can rebuild it at the existing size, and then you would be able to still add 15% to your rebuild.
So does it?
What's that?
Up to 400.
Well, not to exceed 400. So, yeah.
400 square feet. So does that get us, what I was talking about, Dave, I just want to clarify, does that get us there?
Well, here's what I'll say is the two examples, right, that you brought up. One is somebody was complaining they wanted to add 50 square feet. That would be a $1,700 fee. And I'm not saying that $1,700 is nothing, but that's not the end of the world. And then, if you wanted to add 500 square feet instead of 400, you'd only be paying $3,400, right, for that extra amount there.
Okay.
If that's what you were kind of getting at.
One way to do it also, you could say that for additions, that you are, the first 400 square feet is, the first 15% or 400 square feet is exempt. Because the way it is right now is, the way it could also be read is if you're at 401 square feet, then you have to pay it, or say you're at 600 square feet, then you have to pay it on all 600 square feet. But you could change it to set it so that it's the first 400 are exempt. We could talk about that. We'll debate that with the Planning Commission.
Please, it's too late here.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like putting something in, just like when we're talking about natural disasters, and so we're not dealing with numbers and square feet and percentages and whatever, because that is like an unexpected catastrophe to happen to a person, and it happened to you through no fault of your own. And so I feel like that is worth having that in there in its own right, because it's probably unlikely to happen, hopefully, too many times. And I would like, homeowners to be able to rebuild and, with as little paperwork and et cetera as possible. So I think it's worth calling it out as a particular item itself.
Right?
Well, we allow it already, but up to the existing size. So what we're saying possibly, now keep in mind that if you're expanding, if your home is destroyed by natural disaster, may that never happen to me or anyone else here again. But if it does, you would also have to go through stormwater rules, septic rules, sewer rules, and there's a bunch of costs that go along with all of those. So those are already somewhat limiting factors by how much you're going to expand, because those are big costs. So you might say that any home destroyed by natural disaster you could rebuild it, and you're exempt from this program completely. I'm just trying to find the balance of it.
That's really where I'm trying to get to. Yeah. And I would just like Planning Commission to discuss that and hear what they have to say about that.
I understand there's different perspectives on that. I was trying to get to.
I appreciate that. Thank you, David. So if I could make a friendly amendment to your amendment to add circumstances of natural disaster.
I'd be willing to say that we could allow a different allowance for rebuilding. What I don't want to have happen is somebody's house gets destroyed and they build a 7,000 square foot home in its place because they're exempt. But really, like, if you already have a 2,500 square foot home and we're allowing you to add another 400 square feet on top of that, that's a fairly large home that you're able to build without having to pay this fee. So
I'm just trying to get to, my apologies speaking over you. I'm just trying to get to a place where a person is in a catastrophic situation. They're living in their RV, the house is completely gone. All there is literally the outline of the floor. And they just want to rebuild their house and put on a small addition because they're getting older and they want to stay in their home.
Right.
And I'm just trying to get to a simple, easy way for them to do that. That is, they've already had to do all the septic work and do all the other stuff, and that's done, and that, but this is just like an extra layer on top of that. And just, I feel for people who are going through that and just all the extra hoops they have to jump through. So I'm just trying to make things simpler, less expensive for those very specific situations, which I am not sure are going to crop up very often. And I just would like to put some heart behind the regulation.
Sure, and I hear you, and I feel like what they review, yes, so we can ask them to look at natural disasters. I just still think there need to be guardrails on that it still needs to be some percentage of the size of the original home or something.
Deputy Mayor, do you have any comments? Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, call for the question.
Oh, great.
Or here, how about this, Josh? Mayor, do you have a motion on the floor? It's been seconded.
We've got a motion second, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to move forward. Thank you.
I will do that after my comment here is just a total loss of the home, not just natural disasters. A fire is just as much of a terrible situation. Yeah. So, okay, we're all aligned, it seems. Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
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 Motion carries 4-3. 4-3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the endurance.
Thank you. You got here very early this morning, and now you're here very late, and we're very sorry.
Drive safely. I have another motion, Mayor. I move that we move the last agenda item to another meeting.
Perfect. So this is moving the city contracting overview to another meeting that the city manager will determine. Perfect. Okay.
I second.
Second, and just Discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And with that, we will open up public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to give public comment? All right, please come up to the podium, state your name, city of residence, and I'll start cutting you off at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Bo Rains. I like math too, and I'll get to the point. I'll get to the point because it's late. Statistically valid is not representative of the will of the majority. Statistically valid sounds fancy, intellectual, but a statistically valid survey can be accomplished with approximately 300 to 400 people, respondents. That doesn't equate to a majority of Sammamish. The NCS survey that has been declined is a benchmarking survey. These are relevant for comparisons for our group to another group. And to be accurate, you need large sample sizes. This is a different size, concept than statistically valid. To make policy, you need different types of surveys. You need higher response rates. And the will of the majority of the people is expressed through an election. We just had one. The results of that survey are in front of us on the dais. This is an indicator of the will of the people and the policy direction that they want. And there's another survey coming. Good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Heather Murphy Rains, 20-year Sammamish resident, proud SOS member. I want to talk about something that cannot be undone once it's lost, and that's our tree canopy and the wildlife corridors that depend on it. Sammamish's own urban forest management plan and tree inventory are clear. Existing mature trees provide the greatest environmental benefit and should be protected whenever is possible. These benefits are not just aesthetic. The city's own report recognizes that trees support wildlife habitat, ecological function, and interconnected systems that cannot be fully measured or replaced. Wildlife depends on connected canopy and continuous corridors. When we remove trees, we are fragmenting that habitat, breaking migration paths, and isolating species into smaller and less viable systems. And yet, here is the reality. The city has identified nearly tens of thousands of public trees, with hundreds already needing removal, mostly only in fair condition, and more than 80% vulnerable to pests and disease. Nearly 30% of our trees are still very young, which means they are not replacing the canopy we are losing anytime soon. And this inventory only reflects public trees. It does not include most natural areas or the majority of trees on private property, which is where most of our canopy and habitat actually exist. So we're making decisions without a complete picture. It gets more concerning. Your own urban forest management plan requires an annual State of the Urban Forest report each January to track progress and guide decisions. I couldn't find a recent one. Where is it? There is no clear publicly available record of consistent reporting, no transparent tracking of canopy loss or gain, and no evidence that this data is guiding decisions being made right now. At the same time, under the Growth Management Act, environmental planning is expected to evaluate and protect natural systems. Yet we cannot locate a clear evaluation of our canopy in those planning elements. And now, while tracking current data and reporting, we are actively revising Title 21 development regulations that will determine how much tree retention is required going forward. We lack implementation, enforcement, and current data. And in that gap, we are continuing to approve irreversible tree removal, wildlife harm, and fragmentation of wildlife corridors. You cannot manage that which you are not fully measuring. Seeing the opportunity areas tonight to preserve habitat is a first step. Redmond's mode to protect habitat also seems promising. You cannot protect wildlife corridors if you continue fragmenting them project by project, and you cannot replace mature habitat with saplings and call it mitigation. Saplings are not forests, landscaping is not habitat, and fragmented patches are not ecosystems. This is the moment for leadership. This is why you were elected. Complete the habitat study. update critical ordinances, fix the Frankenstein code so not another I-ride happens again, preserve biodiversity. You were elected to protect the Sammamish we chose to make home, a place defined by its forests, natural beauty, and the wildlife that depends on it. So please pause, measure, then decide, because if we get this wrong and do not get a second chance, protect wildlife corridors, protect mature trees, protect Sammamish, preserve our biodiversity before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room would like to give public comment? All right, anyone online?
Those who have pre-registered to provide online comment, please raise your hand if you'd like to give comment at this time. We do have a couple, or yep, two. Mr. Stickney, when you're ready.
Howdy, City Council. Long meeting, lots of interesting information, and I'm glad to hear all of those discussions. Just to kind of cut to a chase on a couple things. Today I turned in a letter with a couple attachments. Anybody that wants to read that, it'll be on the Civic web soon. And in today's meeting, there was discussion of the budget and fiscal sustainability and the potential for revenue options other than cutting or cutting services and new taxes. In speaking to the revenue options a bit, what's been missing in the city is not taking a look at internal housing imbalance of local residents over time. It's explained in this letter. I've been proposing to add some numbers for that, which is a different source of its internal growth. It's not regional growth. And putting that mostly in centers on a citywide scale with not much change to existing neighborhoods. My intent, and this was kind of on the fly, but I'd like a legacy for everything. I'd like a legacy for wildlife, for trees, for stages of life, housing that I call it, for character, for fiscal sustainability, and environmental protection. To take a look at how some of all that adds up, go to the packet today of the Council of the Fiscal Sustainability Introduction. It has a link to all the meetings that existed there. You will see in the third and fourth meeting of the 2023 Fiscal Sustainability Group, you will see public comments in meetings number 3 and 4. And I apologize, they are a deep dive, but take a look. That was back in 2023. In May of 2025, on the Civic Web, under a joint Planning Commission and Parks meeting, there are 3 sets of documents shared at that meeting. 18 in one folder about how citywide housing imbalance makes better virtually everything in the city. 15 on how it deals with fiscal imbalance for the long term, and 11 on how transportation can be met in centers with less traffic than we already have planned for. Take a look. There's a lot there. It's a large topic.
Thank you.
Appreciate the chance to speak.
Thank you for promoting our last public comment.
Good evening, Council. This is Mary Wichter. I think you can hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
I wanted to thank you for, even though it's a long meeting, sometimes long meetings are important to discuss things and have different feedback. I think your last discussion on the natural disaster and the 1700 or 1750 feet, I think you said enough things and gave enough feedback that I believe the Planning Commission will be able to adequately discuss that. Everything from Mayor Josh Amato's response at the end back through the beginning people who spoke, and including the natural disasters. So I think that should and can be discussed well. on the critical areas and 50%, I want you to know it doesn't say critical areas. It talks about wetlands where you should not be building, streams where you should not be building, and landslide hazards where you should not be building. And I will tell you, where I live in Tamarack, there's a landslide hazard right in the middle. It's not an erosion hazard. There are houses built there and there are problems from it. And while there indeed were problems in the past, even with the new code, you shouldn't be building in those places. So I think you do need to keep and look at not just critical areas, but really critical areas where you shouldn't be building at all. There isn't an in-city TDR program for transfer of development rights. But I will tell you, if we can do that, or if we can put more houses in areas that are flat or more desirable and more allowable for density, you will save a lot of things. Because in landslide hazard areas, we're losing on a 10,890 square foot lot. People are taking out 45 trees and they say, yeah, we're going to replant them 2 to 1. They don't. There's no way to do that. And even in town center, I think some of the tree replacements are at the tree replacements in town center, I think they have to replace 8 trees to 1, which there's not a lot of room for that either. I do want to caution public commenters about using the word saplings. I think if you have to put an 8-foot tree in a multiple, I just did a little Google AI, those trees go pretty quick in their initial years and can get 20 feet tall. So I just wouldn't use the word saplings. Read more of the tree code. I think you'll find what's required in there. And I know people in the past have had to do it. Pretty tired tonight, not feeling super well, so I'll give you the remaining 30 seconds. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
That's all for public comment.
All right, we'll move right along to council reports, and Councilmember Boyer, if you could go over your item.
Yes. Quickly, there was a letter that was in our packet to the Sound Transit board members. This is from the Eastside Transportation Partnership. I would like everyone to, if they could, read this and see if there's anything that you want to edit, change, as I'll be representing Sammamish tomorrow at 10 a.m. So you have from now until 10 a.m. to send me your notes and email, and I shall represent.
Thank you. Is anyone else on the council like to give a report?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Just very quick, I was at the YMCA board meeting last week, and just 2 things. On Saturday, this Saturday, the 18th, from 10 to 1, they have Healthy Kids Day. It's open to the public. Lots and lots of fun family happenings there, so please check it out. Secondly, just to bring to everybody's attention, they run a program there every Tuesday and Thursday, free to the public from 1 to 2. It's called Pedaling for Parkinson's. So it's for people who are suffering with Parkinson's disease and their carers and families. It's at no cost to the community. You do not have to be a member. I just wanted to publicise that. It's a great service, and they've been seeing some great outcomes with it too.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
I went to the Arch Affordable Housing Investment Celebration last week. That's a celebration to for all the projects that were funded in 2025, and with the $1.8 million that they're funded, they're using it to build 788 units of affordable housing in East King County. In Issaquah, they're building 163 units at 40 to 60% AMI. So a lot of cities doing some really good work.
Deputy Mayor.
I attended the King Conservation District meeting this morning, and I just I plan to follow up on the Green Cities program that they have. It was run by Forterra, but it is now being run by King Conservation District. So I want to investigate that, and I'll bring it back to the city to discuss once I have more information.
Councilmember Treen.
Got nothing.
All right. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quickly, just a heads up that the website will be down Saturday the 25th for required maintenance. We'll post warnings on the webpage in advance and over social media, but we just want to let everybody know it's maintenance required for better stability to the site over time. And I want to make sure everyone passes on their way out of the room. And if you want to come down to City Hall, there is a new art display. Really excited about this as part of our rotating gallery exhibit here at City Hall. The artist is Jennifer O'Keefe, is a Pacific Northwest-based fine art photographer. So please encourage everyone to take a look, and thanks to the Arts Commission for bringing that together.
All right. Thank you very much, council members. I thought this was a very good meeting, and with that, we're adjourned.